Hello, everybody. Hello, how are you? So, on today's event, we are taking a look at the years between 1990 and 1992. And as I already said, it's a very imaginative era with a lot of the idea being that, well, they found their footing and now they can really experiment a little bit. And yeah, so we're getting stuff like this for in Windows and a lot of other things we'll be talking today. But first, I do want to welcome you all in. Hello, welcome everybody. I hope you're having a fantastic day and that you can be looking forward to a fantastic Thursday, and yeah, that your Thursday so far is pretty good. Unfortunately, though, Tira, I think you did wake up quite early. Oregon Trail this time is not going to be included. It was included for the last event, though. The Oregon Trail is more a. It feels more of a game, like a game from the previous era, and while it, and I think although the original did release, okay, I need to check the dates. Give me a second here. Well, after crashing a few more times, um, I'm, as I said, not exactly sure for its release. Yeah, the original form of Oregon Trail was released in 1975, so it will not be included in the event anymore. I am happy that you enjoyed it, but seeing that I take the first release of a game rather than any. Okay, oh, there is the jump. Than any later versions, it will not be included. Basically, Space Quest 2 took its place here in the event. And it's been hard to decide on all of the games. But if you enjoyed it so much, I may do another playthrough of it at one point, just for fun, taking a day, and see how well I can get through in total. It is, on the other hand, it does show. It is. I've done some research. It seems to be the first big commercial party game by a major company. They had very few attempts to have a game like that before. Maybe it wasn't considered very serious or like a huge. It's going to be a huge seller. So it is pretty much the beginnings, and they, of course, needed then to experiment to see how it best is to be done. We are not going to burn a hole into our hands, hopefully, though. Since I do remember that the early Mario parties included a lot of games turning the analog stick. Partially because, well, you have something you can really turn in now, and I think that was part of the reason for it being included, and a fear from Nintendo that analog sticks may not become successful, which is why the Nintendo 64 controller is so weird, mainly because, well, they had this newfangled analog stick and they were absolutely uncertain if it was going to be successful. But if it wasn't going to be successful, then what are you going to do if that's the only thing that you're going to include? So yeah, we'd better have a normal controller, and then we're just bolting the analog stick onto that. At least that was Nintendo's idea, and that is why it seems it looks so weird, especially for nowadays. Back then, of course, it was the first time anybody had ever seen an analog stick. Well, maybe not the very first time, but it was the first big commercial analog stick success. Even PlayStation only added their analog sticks to the controller later. And in similar fashion, that the Nintendo 64 controller was a compromise to allow to have the analog sticks. The original PlayStation position for the analog sticks was also bolting them onto what you already had, rather than replacing anything, which I think in the end was the correct decision. You needn't replace the buttons and the D-pad, to which I'm actually really happy that they didn't. But if another one had another idea and been successful, maybe we would have no D-pad and face buttons anymore. And you are correct, we did turn, burn the palms. Although burning, I'm not sure if that is correct. It's more like scrubbing the skin open in these parts. Yes, the C buttons, though, were but the face buttons from the Super Nintendo controller, with a handle bolted below to make the grip more comfortable. And there was quite a lot there that was weird in that one in particular. Oh, and I just saw I do need to fix something quickly during the break. So, and with Ski Free, I hope you got a feeling for the era that we are embarking onwards. Late DOS, it's going to still be a few years before Windows 95 and then NT, but the standard of graphical user interfaces has become the standard, and as such, there's been a lot there that has that allows, at least on the PC, that allowed games to use mouse and keyboard for their controls. And so what we're going to do is we're going to quickly go for in about 5-minute breaks. I'll be back at the top of the hour. I'll be fixing a few things on the background side, and then we'll be getting started properly with our first proper game. Surprisingly, they're not on PC. And yeah, we'll be taking a look at another big series starter. So see you about then. You had Windows 95 and 4 Windows XPs. Yeah, they were not the most stable of operating systems, but we can discuss that a bit more after I come back from the break. So see you then, and thank you everybody for your patience with the break and the ads I will be running during it. Thank you very much. Okay, I am back. I do seem to have misplaced the game file, so please give me a second to rectify that. And I'm seeing that I am doing a little bit of a flying. Let's stop that. Okay. Seems I missed it. As I was prepping it up, which would not surprise me that I would manage that. Okay, I seem to have done a very silly. Yes, I have done indeed a very, very silly. Okay. Okay. We can't see the game yet, that is correct. So, let me rectify that. There is a reason for that. I wanted to check that it was the correct ROM before bringing it up. This is not the original release. This is a re-release of a reworking of the original game for the GBA. This version is called The Sacred Stones, but it is the same story with the same units as the original, and as I'm counting the original release, we'll be going with this. There have been a few changes, and I'm going to skip through the story mainly. because this is the... No, this is... Oh, bloody hell, this is the wrong one. I checked for the ROM and I thought I had it correct. Okay. That is what happens when you misplace the ROM you wanted to show. Bloody hell. Is it this? No, this isn't it. Okay. Oh, okay. The original isn't there. It was there for a while, but it had been removed again. It was available for a while, but it is not anymore. Yeah, okay. May have done a very silly here. This is what I wanted to do. This is what I wanted to show. Okay, that is not exactly what I wanted to go for, but it'll do. This is the remake of the original, Shadow Dragon. In my eagerness to go through very quickly and find it, I managed to screw up a little bit. It's the Nintendo DS re-release that I needed to take a look at. So, following Marth and everything, and the graphics do look a lot better, and there's a lot more story here in the re-release rather than in the original. But why I did select the game is it is one of the very early turn-based tactics games from, at least on console, but also on PC. Strategy games were complicated. And then being complicated means that we are going to have a lot of duds going out. Sort of the Samurai is one of those where I feel like they did a really good job in the beginning. And yeah, it is, or it was, especially because you did not have much explanation to anything, quite a brutal game. And as in later versions, units that died were permanently dead. Units that you use the weapons up. It's a very unforgiving environment. And they did not change much in this version story-wise, but they did do some adjustments to the engine. And this is a part of the story that has been, and I don't want to say retcon because that is not exactly true, but that has been added in gameplay to the original, because this part of the story was only ever on the handbook on the original. Unfortunately, sitting on the throne does give you some healing here, so we need to get him off, but other than quite a simple fight here at the beginning, there is nothing much else. So she has grave news, but we'll be skipping through that to go to the second part of the prologue, which again introduces your companions that you also have in the original, but since there is no prologue in the original, there is, except their entries in the manual, not really any information about them. And also you do need to keep in mind that on the original there was very little character expansion afterwards. So characters that have a lot of development here did not do so back on that in that one, because they were focused on the gameplay and really did not have much opportunity to add anything much character development wise. They have some archers. We do need to be careful when facing them. Is that enough? Yeah, that should be enough, unless we're missing. So something you couldn't do in the original is check ranges, neither yours nor the enemies. Again, a technical limitation rather than trying to make the game harder. It was just that would require additional calculations. It would require additional code to do those calculations, and on the original NES hardware, that was not something that was very easily feasible. So I can reach here. Doesn't matter much. We probably we cannot reach the second archer here. That is something that only quite recently got introduced to Fire Emblem, that you can lock the enemy's threat range. And as I said in the very beginning, you had to calculate everything, their movement, where they could end up on. But despite all of the issues is the wrong way to put it, but despite all of the restrictions they had to face, it was a very popular game, selling a lot of copies, and again spawning another very well-known series. In the same vein as Famicom Wars spawned Advance Wars later. Okay. Level 1. We're going to get Abel a little bit more experience here before we close out the map. Which is also something that, yeah, your units can receive levels in the original. It was by far, though, less explained. And we are moving on. So we're leaving the castle. Jägen is coming to pick us up. We are escaping. Kane has gotten a few wounds. And according to His Majesty, we have to run and go to the neighboring kingdom and to start putting a resistance together against Gura, the empire that attacked us here. We have another cavalier. Let's visit the village here. Fates is also a fantastic entry into the series. What I know that a lot of people are annoyed by it, but what I do like about Fates is the way that they have taken like 3 stories and interwoven them with the families, how you are a part of everybody a little, and how even if you do take the if you, for example, play Fate's Conqueror, you're not evil. You just it's well made from that aspect. I do understand that there are some issues with how you get resources fair, but I do like it a ton personally. Maybe also because it has the European Japanese visual dichotomy. So we have a new goal, basically get this get the fort there on the other side. In the meantime, though, we have to work through some stuff here. Yeah, that's a double. I'm going to take some damage back, but that is also fine. What I am unhappy about is that when the 3DS hardware starts failing, and at one point it will, that there is no way to get everything officially off it. You can't keep anything, you can't... Unofficially, yes, you can jailbreak it, but I wouldn't recommend it. I can't recommend it. Especially if you don't know what you're doing, and it's just like... It's your hardware, Nintendo. Hardware at one point dies, give people an option. But unfortunately, that would mean that people can still... that can get into some issues, because then you can play old games and, well, why would you want to play old games? Okay, nice crit from Frey here. And we've been just warned about not using Sir Jagen too much. Basically because, yes, he's a veteran and he's strong, but we do need to give everybody else a chance to shine as well and to gain experience. And I absolutely agree with it. When I first played any of the Fire Emblems, I would so focus on my strong units rather than spread the experience. Partially because I was used to the PC strategy games by then, where your units are not differentiated that much, and if they are, there's a good... if you micro them, it's a good way to do it. Unfortunately, micro does not exist in a turn-based game. Yeah, that is you can heal at forts, which is very valuable, because it means you don't need to use up anything. And okay, fair enough, we're getting some explanation on how some different weapons work. That is not something I do need a ton of explanation for. Let me guess, I have parked in... yes, that's good. That's good, actually. I did want to park in his range. Let's park into his range as well. And we have Jagen in the back if anything needs cleaning up. Oh, he has a hand axe. I wasn't aware of that. Okay, I can reach here. And the axe soldier is going to be hitting us back, and then... okay, you're level 3, you're level 2, you're level 2, you're level 1. Okay, let's do it as follows. That's not enough damage. That is going to be enough damage. For some reason, these axes are not very accurate. Okay, so far so good. That should... not, that doesn't give me the kill here. That's unfortunate. And actually, if Jagen can reach, I will have him kill the archer. Mages. Mages indeed are a little bit problematic. Okay, you can attack Kane, but... okay, I'm actually not happy for him to have a level up. Okay. Let's take our main army forward. How is... you're tethered to the siege spot, so that's good. We'll use Jagen as a bait. And indeed, weapons are not indestructible, no matter how much we might wish for that. Okay. Okay, I can attack with Abel, rather. And both the sword and the lance are sufficient. That's another engagement and another victory. Can Frey kill here? Okay, that works out indeed. There's a 0 crit chance. And I have more than 8 life. And I'm immediately critting, so... not even a problem. Okay, and with that we have the forts. And with that we are good around this place. And we are responsible for everything now. The continent, the land, the country. And we are... well, our life is not only for our own now, because we do have a lineage that gives us some stuff that we do need to ensure we survive. But Marith, of course, he is still shocked a little bit that we have how we are leaving and that we are leaving in the first place. Okay. And we need to get all the way over here. Okay, our units are all well and healthy. You move 10, you move 9, so you are going to be doing the visit. Boy, I don't envy you. Okay, we're having enemies closing in. Again, little surprise. Okay, you have a hand axe. We'll be doing 10 damage either way. Okay, I should be able to get... I'm just getting some damage in. I can doubly get damage in there. And I can take the advantage, which is always nice. So there is the weapon triangle, which... it's not as much a triangle and more of a mess. Although that is not their own fault. Well, it is their own fault, but it comes through the fact that you not only have the weapons, you also have magic, you have the bow, you have subcategories of weapons, and so yeah, the triangle is important, but that's not all. Of course, at that distance, there's not much you can do, but that means one less enemy here. You inside there, and here they're setting the trap. teaching us about unit recruitments. Almost level 4 to okay. I am going to be a little bit evil, so to say, since I know what is going to happen. Actually, I would want you to be leveled up here. Not leveled up, healed. If I get enough experience to level up, that is also going to be nice. And there we see very nice... Okay. Oh, okay. We're going to put away the Vanri. That's unfortunate. And that is foreshadowing to what is going to happen. Okay. I'm going to be healing up 5. I'll be healing up a little bit here, and everybody's ready to storm the castle, basically. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make 6. And he's unarmed. He looks like an archer, but he's unarmed. Whoops. Okay. We should be able to talk with him, yes. And that is how we can recruit people, and we can give him a bow. The bow that we just managed to fetch. And he's going to be happy to help us. I mean, unsurprisingly, he's happy to help. Fortunately, we did hurt him a little bit. And so Jagen brings up the rear. And there is a huge army following us. And somebody must do the decoy here. And that is basically how we are going to be parting. How we're going to be losing one of the one character here, and while Jagen is a very strong character, I am going to be sacrificing him because the potential of everybody else is higher than Jagen's, and in the beginning of the game you do not need a strong unit that quickly or that early. Okay, and with that he can be the decoy. I won't fail you, sire, and he runs away. Okay. Okay, that doesn't put me into attack range of anything. Okay, that's a double hit and such a kill. And we don't have the same luck here. Frey is a little bit slower than his comrades. Okay, he's attacking Gordon. That is fine by me. And double hit again, ensuring a kill. You'd think that at one point they learn. Why don't we visit them? It's a good idea. Unfortunately, we cannot give a lot of experience easily currently to Gordon right now. Doesn't matter much which one I'm using. And hey, that's a good crit. We have a few more enemies on our way. On their way, rather. Okay. Let's visit the village here. And we're getting an improved bow, actually. And this is no diagonally then. This is where bows shine against the flying units here. Yeah, he is going to attack Gordon, who cannot attack back. But even for 8 damage, that would have been very survivable. And since Gordon is still the lowest level, I am absolutely going to have him take the experience he can get here. I can kill him with the rapier easily. That's only 12 damage. Maybe 12 damage is enough, though. I can make it enough. And have a few more people gain a little bit more experience. Okay, that's a javelin. It's not exactly what I was thinking about here. Let's do this, and then we can kill with a double strike from the iron sword rather than the rapier. The rapier is a very strong weapon, and while I will be using it, I'm not going to just have it go away here that quickly. I do want to keep it a little bit. I actually want to keep it for as long as possible, only using it when absolutely necessary. Iron swords, though, are an easy way to are easily obtainable, and as such is no big deal once they become so weak that they would break. Okay, whom haven't I moved yet? Can you... Okay, you cannot seize anything. The main character has to do that. Now we're meeting Draug. Draug. And of course, we'll be moving on. And here is... This would be the first mission of the original game. So you have all the army, nothing, no explanation, no experience. And they're getting attacked here. Okay, we have a thief here. Golda pirates, okay. One of the things you want to look out for is that you can still find... You are a... Okay, Frey and Kane are going to be taking care of this one. Frey is already level 3. So he's going to do the first attack and then... Kane is going to finish it out here. And the poor thief is no more. But a level up. That's good. Can everybody visit? No. Only Marth can visit the big villages. 10,000 gold pieces we're getting to rid the land of the pirates. And okay, and this is an armory. So for now, that should be fine and will be... We'll be able to finish out this without any issue. I am sorry. Miss Shida is going to be visiting it. Is going to be visiting the armory afterwards. If a thief reaches the village, there's no village left to visit. Luckily, the only thief was, or has already been defeated now. And you are going to be picking up a normal spear. Or lance, rather. The wing spear, again, is a special weapon, much like the rapier. And as such, if I can avoid it, I don't want to use it. And that's the end of this turn. I'm going to have our archer not move very much here. Oh, and that was not quite correct. Okay. Didn't realize they could walk that far around. So that is going down to 12 then. That means that the princess on the Pegasus can kill. Although Gordon also has not a single kill, a single level up to his name. We do need to change that. That's a very good crit here. And another good engagement. So, yeah. Hailing, like, so many people felt back in the day once real-time strategy became feasible that would be the absolute end of any turn-based combat, because, well, from everything, the real time is much superior, isn't it? To which one I have to disagree. It's different. It's not equal enough to really be able to say that one is better than the other. Which, okay, can I attack you from a distance? Then the javelin is purchasable, but it's still not great to needlessly use it up. In this case, though, using it meant the difference between a injuring a unit or killing a unit. And there's a very important difference in there. I'm not happy that he has to use it here to retaliate. Okay. That's a simple sword attack, taking care of this problem. Unfortunately, Gordon cannot advance far enough for this. Can I weaken this one enough that the princess can get another easy kill? Yeah. So, yeah, and especially in the beginning with frailer units like Pegasi Knights are, you do want to be careful as you're going through. That you do allow them to gain strength without trouble, and if she had been in range of the bow, that could have been very nasty. Gordon, though, is actually doing great for himself here. Okay, how much can I do here? That is half down. Does the iron bow deal enough damage? Does the princess deal enough damage? She does. Although she is taking another hit. Okay, Frey does not have enough damage to kill, which means that Gordon can take this kill for himself. Hopefully, he was close to a level up when if I correctly remember, and I was right. All that increased, though, was his speed. That's unfortunate. The bow cannot retaliate when attacked from close distance. Let's use the sword here, as it doesn't make a difference. That's another level up. Okay, we have a fort ahead, we have a fort aback. And unfortunately, the Raug is very slow. That's a good level up. And that is enough to kill. Okay, she can... He has enough health left to do this. And level 2 for her. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, by taking these positions, she is safe. And the last one doesn't move, so we're fine. At the end of this combat, we'll be needing to take our second break. And hydrate. Thank you very much, Tira, for the hydrate. Hydrating with coffee. I'm not sure how good that is, or how correct that is, so I'll also take a sip of water. But thank you very much for the reminder. I am Rith, humble curate, and he wants to come with us. Also very nice posture check, thank you. It's okay, thank you. Okay, you're going to go onto the fort. If I attack you, how much is left over? That is 2 damage left over. And units can gain experience with weapons, making for a very nice roll here. And having a dedicated heal unit always puts you into a little bit of trouble. The staffs are always limited. Reasonably so. If all the other weapons are use limited, then the staffs ought to be as well. The issue is, though, that these units need to also gain experience, which is why, especially in the beginning, I do aggressively use them to heal here, because we do need... Yeah, and that then means that worked out. Okay, nice. You are using a steel axe. Okay, that is going to do how much damage here? That's 9 damage back. Having only 18 at the moment, that is not great. He does not have an answer for a distance attack. And you do remain tethered. Can we do something here? Luckily, he cannot crit. Ooh, okay. Suddenly they decide to... You know what? Screw this. We are going to go heavy here. She... I might give her the kill. For now, though. We're going to nullify the healing he just got. Okay. That's another 4. That is 10. That's already enough to kill. That gets him down to 7. Maybe the winged spear does a lot more damage. It does. Okay. Ooh, but she doesn't hit all of them. Okay. Bloody hell. There we go. That's a lot of experience here. We'll be sending that to the convoy. And that is basically the end of the combat. So I'll be finishing it up here. Or here I'm already a little bit on the tight side. So yeah, I'll have the ads running and we'll see each other again on the top of the hour with our next game, which is going to be Champions of Krynn. See you at the top of the hour. And we are back. So, Champions of Krynn don't have the initiate. Mouse is on. That is what I wanted. That's not the... It's not the nicest. Okay, so I'll be using mouse and keyboard depending on how easy what is. So we did last time take a look at RPGs, at role-playing games on the Super Nintendo and so on. No, not on the NES. We had no, actually, the Sega Mega Drive for Phantasy Star, which is a Japanese style RPG. You can argue that sort of the Samurai is an RPG, but a lot of people would say that it lacks the level progression in quite the same way as a lot of people think RPGs should be. I disagree. For me, a role-playing game doesn't need a stat block. It needs a way to role-play, to make decisions that impact things. So for me, Sword of the Samurai is also an RPG. But this is a very classical D&D inspired RPG. And that is quite shown here already. We have a few races we can pick our character out from. We have the Sylvanesti elves. We have Quanlinesti elves, half elves, mountain dwarves, hill dwarves, Kenda, and humans. I'll make my character an elf here. Question is, because elves can do that in this game, do I want a cleric fighter or a... Because I can do a fighter mage. Do I want that? I do prefer having a pure mage here. Let's have a look. We can reroll our stats. We can give ourselves a name. Let's leave it at that. That was not quite what I was hoping for, though. There is something you can do that... Actually, except for Con, this is basically a perfect character. Later going to take 4 points from strength, or going to take 3 points from strength and put them into Con. Because re-rolling this doesn't make any good... make any sense at the moment. And I'll be saving him. And then I can add him as a character here. Modify character, that's what I wanted to do. We're going to take 3 points off here and put 3 points here. Much more balanced. And then we're making a few more characters. I'm not sure exactly how many we can do. So let's make a human knight. Lawful good. You're looking very, very good. And we'll give her the name Serias here. Keep, not going to go through the through all of the possible colors here. That would, it's possible, but it would take quite a while. Let's make another elf. So we did do a knight. Let's do a fighter. Not quite enough con, but this is okay. Here we do need to do a few things, or that will look the same as Serias's icon. So we can add the two of them to the party. And if you take a look at them, Knight of the Crown indeed, and then a fighter. So front line is looking okay. Let's make a mountain dwarf. No, that's not going to be. Okay, probably have to switch a little bit there then. Going to make a thief here as a Kender. Stats are looking good. We can keep this icon, and we'll be saving her. Making a ranger, why not? That's also looking good. Probably going to drop who shall I be dropping here? Genias is the fighter. Okay, let's see. A mountain dwarf fighter. And I need, or I should switch again here. Give her some green. How many can I add to the party? Create new character. Human, female, cleric. Sinrai is not what I was looking for. There we go. That is what I was looking for. The mace could be keep shield. And the second color is also going to... I don't want to get you into yellow as well, and then I'm just clicking. Can I add her? I can not. Then we are going to be dropping here, yes, and we're going to be adding like this. Oh, I could just have removed the character from the party. Oh well. And with that, we begin our adventure. So, a lot of Western RPGs really focus on is character creation. Here you're creating an entire party, since it is inspired from D&D, and a typical D&D party ought to have 3 to 6 members. In the game, of course, it always gets a little bit easier if you have a few more people, but I'm very clear that I do want to have a lot of people, especially when you look at some of our people here, like Rin and Desdar, are less than 10 HP, which in the beginning is a very, very frail characters. And yeah, we are in the lands of Krynn. Basically, there has been an evil dragon army that has tried to take over the world, and we pushed through to, well, the world has been liberated, and now they were trying to clean the lands from any remaining remnants of the dragon cult that conquered the world. And we are a party that is tasked with some escort duty, if I remember that correctly, and escort and scouting duties, basically. First mission is to patrol Thorstrol and report any suspicious activities immediately. And that is put down in journal entry 51. And we are supposed to go do some buying. So, do we have... Okay, no, we are not going to do any of that. Was it in the inn? Okay, there we are. That is memorized. That is good. To cure light wounds. And to bless. Let's do it like that. Yes, please. No spell effect. Say she has 3 steel coins. I have 4 steel coins, 16 steel coins. 7 steel coins. And some 15 steel coins. Yeah, we'll need to equip everybody. Can't memorize... Okay. I do need to memorize some spells. That's going to be some magic missile, detect magic, and then enlarge. Yeah, let's do it like that. Okay. We're going to be resting for 8 hours. Basically meaning that we have memorized everything and we'll be saving. Okay, that's not... That was not exactly what I wanted to do. For some reason, saving is also a quit, which I had forgotten. Play, load, saved game. Okay, luckily, it's easy to bring the game back. And we continue adventuring. Then in the hall... That's where we just were. Okay. We're going to pool. And then... I'd say 2 king male, a mace, a quarter staff, yes to the quarter staff, items, yes to swords, but I haven't bought any yet, have I? Okay, she has the long sword. There is a quarter staff. Okay, hello. Nothing yet for Merrin. Quarter staff. That is good. That is what I wanted for you. You're a thief. You need some... You also have spell. Yeah, you actually want the mace. That's what I thought. But for some reason I cannot select items with them. That is spells. That is not what I'm looking for. Okay, buy. I have 16 left. Oh, do I need to pull everything like this? Some of the things do not. Okay, that's the problem. Trade to Rena here. Okay, trade to Rena, and we do want the quarterstaff. And no, trade. So what is already very obvious is that these are to a degree tedious. Although to a larger degree I am not surprised by it. She will wear the plate mace, she will wear the shield. She will trade the longsword and trade the longsword. No? Okay, I do need to select properly. Longsword, plate mail, that is all good. Ring mail, longsword. But I also did want you to buy a short bow. Okay, so I have both weapons, that is good. Going to go with the sword for now. And you currently are not having any items at all. Take, we still have 6 steel. That's going to be a leather armor for her. That's going to be 4 darts. As I said, 4 darts and do I want to equip you with a let's buy you another quarterstaff, leather armor, and the wrong class. Okay, can't pull. Still 3 there. She can equip the longsword, but apparently I do not have mace, ring mail. Okay, very nice. Trade that over. That means that she can equip some mail as well. And that means that for here, I can buy... Staff sling is, if I remember correctly, the mixture of a staff and a sling. Can be used as both. Okay, no. So now I'm going to just buy a sling. I don't have any, I don't need any stones, but I do need... For Marin, you have the short bow, yes. You also need to buy some arrows. Let's have 20. Everybody should have a weapon now as well. Yeah, that's not... Buy... You are... Oh, that's 2, then it's... Felt like I had somebody with just a quarterstaff left. Okay. I do have to go through every character. I'm wondering... I think this font is the most readable for everybody. Not that I was struggling, but I don't want anybody else to struggle really as well. Okay, view. No. Okay, she has already the quarterstaff. And she will be taking the steel. Again, you can play different characters there. You can do that as a group. It's not all that easy to play, but you could, and then you could, one player could be like, no, Rin is not going to share money here, and all of that. So now that we are properly equipped, we are going to save, and we're going to continue to adventure. Is there anything here? Okay, that is healing. The bar doesn't offer anything proper yet. The vault is not terrible, but also not great. But we're going to be leaving the outpost. And we are not going to go back. We are going to move. So, as you top a rise, you spot a caravan under attack. Draconians have already massacred the men and are now slaughtering the women and children. They pause when they see you, then rush to attack. And a battle begins. Okay. So okay, exit. View, no. Can't use anything. Guarding. Okay, so the most troublesome issue is, as always, with these old games, that they have some issues on user interface and friendliness. And I do want to center on him and I want to target him. But I have missed. I can move over here and I can aim at him and then I can target him. Getting a little bit of damage in here. She's our cleric here. Let's get in the way. We are going to go through our... There we are. That is my target. Okay, use... Oh, I cannot equip a sling. Okay, that's nasty. Well, magic missile it is. And a bit of damage. There we go. That was a miss. Okay. I have the quarterstaff, but I'm not going to go into melee with anybody. And I'm going to then cast Enlarge on you. Okay. And I cannot... Okay. That's another unfortunate miss. And that is one of the Draconians going down. Yeah, she'll be moving up. Targeting the next one. Again. Oh, okay, that was nice. It's basically taunting people. Fortunately, that is not the easiest here. Are we moving back a little? Guard. Okay, let's try to Okay. No, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. Oh, because she's enlarged, she cannot take any, she cannot use any spells at the moment, is that it? Manually, that is another miss. Oh, she's in close quarters combat, is that it? That's why she can't use any spells. Although he goes down. And I can cast another magic missile. That is unfortunate. I'm just going to guard. Misses and a few hits here. And that is a good heal. Not full, but that is fine. I mean, he only has a single hit point left. We are going to be able to remove you at one point. Okay, finally. Not use... No. Okay, I can't... Couldn't go there. Poor guy is now surrounded, although they were just killing a caravan here. So maybe I should not worry too much about our poor attackers here. Okay, there we go. Finally another hit. And that should be... Okay, done. Quit. No, the battle is over. Party has won. Each character receives 108 experience points. View. Okay, what can I do? Take. Okay, just 20 steel. We're going to share that. We're going to be pooling everything anyways, so... And then exit. The caravan lies in waste before you. The air is filled with the sounds of wailing women and children. All of the Draconians are slain save one, who rips a book from a dead man's hand. He turns to you and merely laughs. Then he takes a step and disappears. One of the surviving women comes up. Brave warriors, will you help us reach the outpost? All our menfolk have died. Do you help? And I will do so. And we bring them back here, and we're giving the... Oh, okay, she does need to pay the tithe to the knighthood. Yeah, I will be resting. First, magic. Yep, we will be memorizing as such. And as such. Is that all we need? Whom will we be casting this spell on? Okay, and then we need to rememorize. And we need to rest for a little bit longer. Let's go to the hall and resave. These things can be absolutely deadly. And let me have a look. What were the orders? Also be sure to report back here immediately if anything unusual or dangerous occurs. Then we will go back to the commandment. Writhe and becomes a Sivak. This is much worse than we feared. We have a patrol in Throthel. Cameron leads it. Find him. Tell him he is desperately needed here. The imposter has emptied this outpost of troops. I know you are inexperienced, but I have no one else to send. Yeah. Pool. We have 20 steel exactly. Can't use the short staff. There must have been... let me have a look. Can she wield a sword? She can wield a sword. Okay. That is something, at least. Not perfect, but it is something. What does join? Okay, then you join the packs. If you have them. Yeah, you're going to be buying a few more things as well. You have still 13 left here. Should also be able to buy a short bow and use that as a thief. Longsword, yes. Okay, that works. We're not greatly equipped. And we're not all full. Yes, we will go get the money. I'll be sharing it. How much? Ooh, 50 steel pieces. Okay, let's leave the outpost. And we're going near, we're going to throttle, and we'll be entering. Throttles of limits to you. Leave and no one gets hurt. Okay. We will be entering, and now people are going to get hurt. Are you kidding me? Are you okay? Okay. We'll probably die here then. So there's a lot here that is just 4 hit points on the hobgoblins, and then a little bit some stronger monsters. Okay, missing is bad. And I am down. No chance. Cast Cure Light Wounds. Can I cast that on my... Okay, but I'm still unconscious. I'm going to be switching to the sword here, and... No chance. No chance. This is... by far too strong. Okay. There's not much I can do. No. Come on. I can't. Okay, that is annoying. He's not the target I want. That probably used up the spell, though. Okay, that was actually really good. There we have a dead hobgoblin. And now we have, yeah, no chance. Our cleric is down. So yeah, an RPG combining turn-based combat, as a lot of D&D inspired RPGs do. Actually keeping this format quite closely, in the sense that they very often is it's very often like even Baldur's Gate uses the principle of this system, or can use it. You have a bit more choices there, of course, but this tactical combat is very common and usual for these games, and but you also have this huge aspect of character creation. If you take a look at what we just played before in Fire Emblem, or Fire Emblem's Shadow Dragon, being a remake of the original Fire Emblem, you see that while there are level ups, and as such maybe it is an RPG, it is in that sense, but there is less there is basically no huge amount of choices you can do. The battles roll out in the same order every time. You can buy equipment and all of that, but here it's your character. You do make you can make decisions based on the character. You can make decisions based on for the party. And you have a lot more decisions. Did you want to escort the caravan, or were you like, no, that is ignorable, and we're moving on to Throthel as we had been ordered? So while it has that tactical combat, it is much more an RPG than Fire Emblem, and it is something you do need to make a difference. You do need to differentiate between the different types of RPGs. JRPGs, for example, no character creation, few choices often, in the sense that the story, you're playing through a pre-written story rather than an unfolding story, so to say. JRPGs are a lot more, to use a D&D term, railroady than Western RPGs, this being an example of. We didn't. Maybe we wouldn't have gone to Throttle. Throttle. I'm not exactly sure how you would pronounce that. For example, I can. Okay, there's nothing here. I know there is something here. There's a caravan here. Not that I'm interested. We quickly tire of swimming. We encountered some hostile creatures. Now we need to battle. Unfortunately, if we take a look at the fields, oh yeah, 2 hill giants and 3 more bars. The bars are not the problem, but the hill giants. 36 health. That is not yet something we can really contend with. So if I could, we cannot escape it. Okay. But you see, you can go around, you stumble onto enemies, and then you get killed again. But you can, and if you're really good, maybe you can also beat them. Which, again, makes for a lot of interesting things there, and I am rambling too much. I do need to do that. I do need to take time off from the gameplay in order to be able to put that onto you, so to say. So yeah, I'll be taking then a quick break, and I'll be back at the top of the hour. And thank you very much for your patience with the break and the ads that will be running during them. Thank you. very, very much. And I am back. Thank you everybody for your patience. The next game I forgot to announce, although it was visible on the on screen, is The Secret of Monkey Island. This is the special edition, and I'll be loading into this. So what I find really nice here is that you can go back to the old graphics. I will be showcasing the game in its more modern form.
Excuse me, but oh, it's only you again. Come back for the map to the legendary lost treasure of Melee Island, huh? I hope you brought enough money this time.
No thanks. I don't want it.
Not enough money, huh? Come back when you're serious about treasure hunting, kid.
Yeah, so we need a few pieces of 8 in order to be able to talk to him. Not talk to him, but get a treasure map. Don't we have a walk somewhere? There we have
Don't mess
walk.
with my rat.
Walk to or talk to men of low moral fiber. I do want to take a look. Okay. There are the verbs. There is my inventory. Let's talk to them. Hey, nice rat.
Do you like rats?
Yes, I love rats.
They're very intelligent creatures. More intelligent than him. Why, there's a story around these parts that a bunch of rats actually crewed a ship here from fabled Monkey Island.
No, that's not right. It was actually a group of monkeys.
That is difficult to believe.
That's difficult to believe.
Yes, but it's true. When they arrived, they sold the ship for a pretty penny. Only time I've seen anyone get the better of old Stan in a deal.
I thought it was rats.
Say, are you guys pirates?
Say, are you guys pirates?
No, we're a wandering circus troupe.
But this rat scared away the elephant.
Shut up! Of course we're pirates. You can't buy clothes like these off the rack.
What do you want?
What's in the keg?
Rum.
Jam.
Jam.
Rum. Rum and jam. It's an old pirate favorite. Everybody knows that.
Do you guys know the sneaky-looking man on the opposite corner?
Looking man on the opposite corner.
Wanna buy a map, eh? Our maps are top quality, not like the bird-caged liners you get from that clown across the street. No, just kidding. These are actually copies of the minutes of the last meeting of the Melee Island PTA. Can't even give them away. Want one?
No, but I'll take one if you give me 2 pieces of 8.
No, but I'll take one if you give me 2 pieces of 8.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm really interested in
I'm
this
interested
pirate.
in this pirating thing.
I just need to select them. I forget that
What do you
unlike before and unlike the original version, this is actually voiced.
How come you're on this street corner and not on a ship? Looting, pillaging, sacking, that sort of thing.
Well, pirating hasn't been panning out so well for us.
There are some unnaturally talented pirates in the area right now.
Operating out of Monkey Island.
So we've been pursuing alternate means of self-support. We're trying to start up a circus.
It was working out well, until the rats scared off the elephant. Now you've depressed us. Go home.
And now they don't want to talk to us anymore because we made them depressed, needing to think about their circumstances. And you can look
No
around.
thanks. I'd rather not touch any of this creepy voodoo stuff. Gee, I wonder what's in these baskets.
Ooh, there's a...
A rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle. What possible use could that have?
Well, to a moment already, yes, but...
Maybe no one will miss just this one thing.
It's something weirdly specific.
Poor little thing. Whatever it was. Looks comfortable in a spooky sort of way. Let's see, there's a jar of bat drippings, a box that says assorted scales, a shaker full of monkey flakes, and some cat knuckles. Cat knuckles? How barbaric!
Yep, the rest though
Poor
is
chickens.
just fine. Can we use the
No
couch?
thanks. I can never fall asleep in strange places.
What
Oh.
may I help you with, son?
There's also a voodoo lady here.
So, my mind-reading skills tell me it is your future you are interested in. Are you certain this is something you really wish to know?
No, don't tell me a thing. Life
No,
should be.
don't tell me a thing. Life should be unexpected and exciting.
Suit yourself. Wait, don't say anything. I can sense your name is Guybrush. Guybrush nose hair. No. Threepwood. Guybrush Threepwood. Am I not right?
Wow, that was amazing.
Wow, that was amazing! Do you know any other tricks?
I do not deal in tricks. What I know is the truth. Ah, I sense the guilt of stealing my chicken grows. Take it. It's yours.
Why don't you want it? Is it jinxed with an ancient voodoo curse?
No. The pulley squeaks. I can tell you grow tired. Go, please.
And as such, she has basically read our mind the entire time. Okay. Walk 2. There's no doors on this side. There's a door here. Okay. One of those. I can take a look at the sign.
Ye old rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle shop. Serving your rubber chicken with the pulley in the middle needs for over 50 years.
And let us go further on to Melee Island. What do we have here?
Ahoy there, fancy pants.
Slashmaster, when you want a sword as sharp as your wit.
What do you want?
I'm looking for this. I just like to
I
browse.
just like to browse.
Whatever.
Okay, we do have a shop.
Digmaster, the only shovel for serious treasure hunting enthusiasts.
Don't think, just buy. Did you just come in here to get out of the cold, or do you actually
Davy Jones
need
Lockers,
something?
the last word in theft, fire, and grog-resistant storage devices.
So, much
What do you
like
think this is, a museum?
Space
What do you
Quest
want?
from last time, this is also an adventure game. The idea is the same. You have items, you combine them and all of
I'm
that.
looking for the Swordmaster of Melee Island.
The Swordmaster of Melee Island? Now, I don't know. See, nobody knows the whereabouts of her secret hideout. Nobody except me. I'd have to go and ask her if it's okay to show you the way. I guess I could hike all the way over there. Once. Be right back. And
Okay.
Don't touch anything.
Ring bell for service.
So I can do that. Can I? Pull, push. I do not... Okay, that resets something. And then can I push the handle? Not pick up. Pull. Not that I can really do anything here. I don't know the combination. Yeah, no, that's
I
not...
can't move it.
That is probably not going to work out. Give... I can't give it to anybody.
Aha! Caught you, you little thief. Maybe you'd like to pay for that?
About this sword.
Yeah, what about it?
How much is it?
That's 100 pieces of 8. Take it or leave it.
I don't
I
have enough money.
Figures. Now, how else do you want to waste my time?
I
Well-
think I'd just like to browse.
Hey, this ain't no boutique. Don't take all day.
In which case, I will be leaving. Somebody is psting at me, so let's have a look
Hello?
what...
Anybody in here? Hello?
You know, bad things could happen to a person in a dark, deserted alley like this one. And at this time of night, nobody would be around to see it.
Did you hear something back in here too?
Did you hear something back in here too?
No? I'd better get your name.
I'm Guybrush Threepwood, and I'm a mighty
I'm
pirate.
Guybrush Threepwood, and I'm a mighty pirate.
Listen, Peepwood.
Threepwood. Guybrush Threepwood.
Well, whatever your name is, listen. I'm the sheriff around here. Sheriff Fester Shinetop. Take it from me. This is a bad time to be visiting Melee Island. A very bad time. My advice to you is to find somewhere else to take your vacation. Somewhere safer.
Boy, I feel much better knowing there's an officer of the law around.
Well...
Oh, a circus! I love a circus.
Yep, we met the wannabe performers already. Let's have a look at the church. Indeed, very nice, very churchy. We can look at the exit. And we're just walking straight up. Let's be nice and close the door, though. So one of the things here is that you can just explore everything. Can I talk? No, I cannot. Let's look at our prisoner here.
Get me out of here! I'm a victim of society!
Not to mention halitosis. Ugh.
Hey, it's hard to keep my breath minty fresh when there's nothing to eat in here but rats.
Okay. So before Guybrush wants to talk to him, we need to clear his breath out a little bit. And ye be walking to the governor's mansion.
I don't see anything special about it. I don't think I can get past them.
Piranha poodles.
I'm not going near them.
Can we talk to them? Okay. Was there a quick way to get to the... No. So we have to walk through the city in order to get to the island map. Let's close the shop door.
I don't see anything special about it.
And while I have 2 pieces of 8, those are not really sufficient to do much.
There sure are a lot of spelling errors.
Okay, that's it. There's a lot of spelling errors in the minutes of that meeting. And yeah, we can walk around here, we can talk to everybody. Nothing is going to be an issue from that perspective. There's some ships here, but we cannot get to them. And then vote for Governor Morley, where he's commenting that if there's only one candidate, that's an easy choice to make. I'm not quite as in agreement, and here we are on the map. There's a clearing, there's something there, there's an island, there's a house, there's some lights, there's a bridge. And of course we can walk around here and then no issues. We do not need to worry about anything. Hook Island. And there is a cable. Can we?
A rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle. What possible use could that have?
So use on cable. And the pulley indeed is a little bit squeaky. And then we climb down the pole and we can take a look at the house. And we can even go inside.
Hey, I don't like visitors. Who are you?
I am a pirate Cannonball Head.
I'm a
Who are
pirate
you?
Cannonball Head. Who are you?
My name's Meat Hook, and I think you've got a little attitude problem.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you Cannonball Head.
That's okay. I'd rather have a cannonball head than a ponytail. Ha 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 ha!
And we're laughing with him.
Hey, you've got a pretty good sense of humor. Ha! Want to see something really funny? Ha!
Yes.
Please show me, Mr. Meat.
What's this? Say hello, Roger. Hello, Roger. Pretty good, eh? I got a whole routine, but I don't have the time to do it all right now. Maybe if we're ever on a long ocean voyage together. But until then, I'm a very busy man, so...
Excuse me, but the sign said there were restrooms in here?
Sorry, but that sign's a little out of date. I used to have a thriving tourist business here. I had animal wax, tattoo demonstrations, souvenirs. But there was a little accident with one of the trained animals. One of our guests was hurt very badly. So I was shut down, put out of business, and since then, I've lived here all alone. And the only company I have is the same beast that mauled that unlucky tourist. The same beast that made me a hermit. A monster that, just by coincidence, is identical to one what attacked me when I was just a child and left me with these hooks instead of hands. A deformed man. Jeez, now I'm all depressed. Thanks a lot. Can't you just leave me alone now?
Let's do that.
Oops, I just realized that this is the wrong house.
Oh, okay. Have a nice time on Melee Island. Say goodbye, Roger. Goodbye, Roger!
Okay. So nothing immediately more to do here. So let us use the pulley, the chicken with the rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle, to cross the gap again.
It works both ways. That's some chicken.
And we
Gaudy, but in a cheerful sort of way.
There's the path. Okay. Let's go to the clearing. So I'm probably missing something. And this is one of those moments where having played the game before is not necessarily going to make it easier, since I do know what in the end has to happen at each location.
I think there's something going on in there.
But forgetting exactly how you get there in the end.
I hardly think that little scratch compares to my chronic allergy. You get in the cannon.
You don't have any allergies, you faker. You get in the cannon.
No, you get in the cannon.
No, you get in the cannon.
Slacker.
Loser.
Ruffian.
Flop.
Weasel.
Weevil.
Miscreant.
Toady.
Ne'er-do-well.
Scuffler.
Mallet head.
And until I choose something, they're going to be arguing with each other.
Say there, son, how'd you like the chance
A once-in-a-lifetime chance.
to perform an amazing feat?
A death-defying feat.
Well, not so death-defying, really.
Dangerous feat.
No, not dangerous at all.
An easy feat.
But exciting,
With the amazing
adventurous, acrobatic,
and exceedingly well-known
fabulous, flying.
Peruccini brothers.
That's us.
My brother Alfredo.
And my brother Bill.
Sound good?
Good.
It's very simple, really.
See that cannon over there? All you have to do,
Is get in the cannon,
and we shoot you out of it.
across the room.
Quite safe, actually.
So, what do you say?
How much will you pay me?
How about 478 pieces of 8?
Okay, sounds good.
Have you got a helmet?
No, I don't have a helmet. Will I need one?
No helmet?
Oh, you've got to have a helmet.
Can't do the cannon trick without a helmet.
No, siree.
Go get a helmet and then we can do the trick.
So I now have to find a helmet. And then I need them to I need to be shot out of a cannon for 478 pieces of 8. There's a path down here that I can take, but there's nothing at the end of there. Let's go to the lights.
Stop! You must pay a toll.
Stand aside, troll. I'm a mighty pirate.
You're no pirate. While the town drunk could out insult you on his back. And probably would.
I can out-insult anybody, you brainless clay doppelganger.
I once owned a dog that was smarter than you. Take that and stick it in your repertoire. You can't pass until you pay the toll.
Oh, please, can't I pass?
Oh, boy, do you sound like a wimp. I don't like wimps. You can't pass until you pay the toll.
How much is the toll?
How much is the toll?
Well, what have you got?
A rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle?
With a pulley in the middle.
I want something that'll attract attention, but have no real importance.
My old moss-covered three-handled family credenza?
Don't be silly. You have 3 chances to give me what I want. Then I eat ya. None shall pass.
Okay, so I can't pass the bridge here. Oh, there's a forest here.
My, what an unusually bright yellow they are.
Can we pick them up?
I've already got one.
Ah, he already picked one up. Okay.
I'm not going into this maze-like forest without a map or a guide or something.
Yeah, that's actually smart. Whoops. So yeah, and the funny and the nice thing here is you cannot die. Which to a degree is so much nicer because you do not need to worry about saying the wrong thing, not being quick enough. And on Monday with the with Space Quest 2, there were so many ways to die that it's really not a very nice experience in that sense, because it is just you need to be constantly paying attention and saving. You need to be constantly if you want to try out something, you do need to
employees only.
You have multiple saves ready. And here you can just explore quite freely. Yes, you can save the game as well, but you do not need to worry about constantly saving the game if you want to go exploring. All you do need to do is to save your progress when you are
I don't see anything special about it.
when you're looking. They do just disappear. Yeah, they do just disappear.
Hey, where'd you go? I hike halfway across the island to try and get you a reservation with the Swordmaster, who, by the way, says you can go jump in the lake. And when I come back, whew, you're gone. See if I ever do you a favor again. What do you want?
But you were back.
I could really use a breath mint.
Whew, you're telling me. Here, take one. Please. Take the whole roll. That'll be 1 piece of 8. What else do you want?
So,
I think I'd just like to browse.
Whatever.
Slashmaster. When you want a sword as sharp as your wit.
we'll be needing that later on. Can we use a breath mint?
That's refreshing.
We can do that on our own, but we can also give the breath mint to the prisoner.
Oh, Grago mint. How refreshing. Thanks. So, have you come to release me?
Who are you?
My name is Otis. At least I think it is. I've been in here so long I can hardly remember. You gotta get me out of here before I lose my mind completely. Can't you see? I'm innocent.
So, again, this is the continuation of the idea on how to produce story-heavy games. Again, this is the original look without any voice acting. And still, you need to choose either or. But, and that is different here with The Secret of Monkey Island, they take away the deadliness of the Sierra games. They have some nice pixel art, and the Scum engine allows them to easily write story, even if you're not all that, even if you're not experienced in programming at all. You don't need to know how to program in order to be using this engine.
But why are you in jail if you're innocent?
I was framed. I didn't touch the stupid flowers.
What
Flowers?
The yellow Corniche dormi flowers in the forest. It's against the law to pick them.
Can I get you anything?
Yes? You can get me out of here! Actually, something to get rid of these rats would be nice. I'll trade you this carrot cake my Aunt Tilly made. I hate carrot cake.
How's the food?
How's the food in there?
Oh, you know, the usual. Slop, grog, gruel, rats, bugs, and body lice if I can catch them. I have a carrot cake my Aunt Tilly made, even though she knows I detest carrot cake. Actually, the cook at the bar is an old friend of mine, and sometimes he sneaks me food, like pork trimmings, mostly feet and lips. But once in a while, he brings this really odd rump roast.
What's so
What's
odd?
so odd about the rump roast?
Well, it's the only rump roast I ever seen with a prehensile tail.
So who'd want to frame you?
I don't know who exactly. I think it was a conspiracy. And if there's one type of piracy I don't like, it's conspiracy.
Shinetop sure is a jerk.
Top sure is a jerk, isn't he?
No kidding. Fester Shinetop is the meanest man on Melee Island. Luckily, the governor keeps him in check most of the time. We used to have a fair, decent man for a sheriff, but he recently died under mysterious circumstances. If you ask me, I think the new sheriff had something to do with it.
I think you've said enough, Otis.
Whoops.
I hope you haven't been taking this filthy vagrant too seriously. He'd say anything to avoid paying his debt to society.
Oh my gosh, look at the time. I'd love to stay and chat, but
I see. You have the time to consort with criminals, but not with those interested in upholding the law. Look, I don't know what you're up to, but whatever it is, it's probably illegal. So forget it. Wherever you go on Melee, I'll be watching. And if you try any monkey business,
you'll end up in here for good.
Man, is he a pill or what? You see what I have to put up with? You better go before you get us both in trouble.
Yeah.
It's a striking yellow color.
I am, again, unsure why it's illegal to pick them. And I have picked it, so I hope I'm not getting into any trouble with him. We need some pieces of 8 for that. Probably some more things to do at the Scum Bar.
Rough. Woof, LeChuck.
Spiffy is quite an intelligent dog, but hard to understand. Come on over.
Cozy.
Hey! You can't come back here!
Okay. So we know that a lot of...
Hey! Don't go into the kitchen!
And we do need to wait a little bit here again, I think. Talk to pirates.
I don't think it's wise to wake a sleeping pirate.
Good now.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name's Guybrush.
Yeah? So what?
Sorry to bother you. Bye.
Right.
So with these, they gave me the tasks. Sword Mastery, Treasure Huntery, and... Sword, Treasure, and... But there were 3 trials.
Well, if it isn't the boy who wants to be a pirate, how do you fare on your quests?
About
Tell me again
pilfering...
about pilfering the idol.
Oh yeah, stealing. Thievery.
Keeps the idol a many hands
Oops.
in a display case in the mansion outside the town.
You'll have to get past the guards, naturally. The tricky part will be getting past the dogs outside. Hey, they're a particularly vicious breed. They might be able to drug him or something.
I'll just keep
Yeah.
running along now.
So I do need a sword, and I do need a helmet.
Come back later and tell us how you're doing.
Do I need to open the door?
You can't come back here!
In order to trigger him to come out?
Hey! Don't go into the kitchen!
It's some sort of meat or meat-like substance.
Pick up. I want to pick up the pot as well. Going to be opening that. Can I pick up the fish?
I think that bird will peck my hand off.
And let's go out again.
Hey! Don't go into the kitchen!
And he is coming back. Okay, we got a few things. The pot will probably make for a good helmet. The meat could be a distraction for the dogs. Although I'm not sure how to drug them yet. Because the meat by itself is not that useful. So we can go to the circus, then we can buy a few things. We can buy the treasure map, we can buy the sword, we should be able to buy the Digmaster.
Weasel! Weevil! Miscreant!
Can I borrow a trampoline?
Hello again! Ready to do the cannon trick? Have you got a helmet?
Of course I have
Of course
a helmet.
What sort of idiot do you take me for?
Well, let's have it. We want to be sure that it's safe. Wouldn't want you hurt. No, siree.
Someone cooked a head cheese in this.
Use. Maybe I give the pot to them?
Ah, that will work as a helmet. Now we can do the trick. Step right over here, son. Now, put on your helmet. And get in the cannon. And we'll take care of the rest.
Echo!
Okay, so the cannon is big enough to echo.
It works! Oh, I'm so relieved. Hey! Are you okay?
Where's my helmet?
Where's my helmet?
He's alright! Hooray! We are spared an embarrassing and financially debilitating lawsuit. Here is your money, sir. Just a recompense for aiding us. The basic theory is fine. We just need to change the aim a bit. I'll try it next. No, I'll do it next. No, me. No, me. Slacker. Loser. Ruffian. Fop.
Well, I have gotten quite a bit of money. They haven't advanced all that much yet, now that they know it's survivable, though. They are arguing about a different thing than before. Okay. I'm still not able to cross the bridge, if I remember correctly. But let's go into the village and buy that sword. And again, you see, I am free to explore and just walk around. The theme is good, and yeah, it's not deadly. I am showing you so much more here. I'm showing so many more different things because it is not going to kill me. I don't have to reload. If I have forgotten to save, it would throw me back, and you see how quickly you can die. Let's use the bell.
It never fails. I step away from the counter for 2 seconds, and some idiot's already ringing that stupid bell. What do you want?
I'd like some rat
I'd like
repellent,
some rat
please.
repellent, please.
Ha! I bet you would. But I haven't got any. What else do you want?
I think I'd just like to browse.
Whatever.
Okay, let's see. Can we pick up the sword? And can we pick up the shovel?
I don't have all day. Got a good deal on swords right now.
Let's talk to him
What do you want?
about the
About
shovel.
this shovel.
Yeah, what about it?
How
How
much,
much
is
is it?
Oh, another would-be treasure hunter, eh? That'll cost you 75 pieces of 8.
it? I'll
Yep.
take it.
Great. Oh, it'll pay for itself, believe me. Yeah, you'll dig up 75 pieces of 8 in no time. But hey, save some treasure for the rest of us, would you? What else do you want?
I do want the
About
sword.
this sword.
Yeah, what about it?
How much is it?
I already told you it's 100 pieces of 8. Did you bring enough money this time?
I'll take it.
Great.
And I'm, of
Best
course,
100
buying it.
pieces of 8 you ever spent. What else do you want?
I think
And
I'd
that's
just
it.
like to browse.
Oh, be my guest, Fancy Pants.
And now we can do a few more things. We probably still can. We can buy the treasure map here. At least we do have enough pieces of 8 in order to be able to afford it.
Excuse me, but do... Oh, it's only you again. Come back for the map to the legendary lost treasure of Melee Island, huh? I hope you brought enough money this time.
I'll take it. It'll make a swell gift.
There you go. You made a wise decision. Now get lost. Excuse me, but do... Oh, it's only you again. I told you there was only one in existence. Now get lost.
Okay. So, we have a map.
I can't pick that up. I
Wait.
think I've been had. This is no map. It looks like dancing lessons.
Do the monkey. So, yeah, no, it is a treasure map. It is going to lead us to some treasure. And we do have the... We do have everything again, but let me take a little... I'll be stopping playing the game early, or I'll be focusing on it too much. So, it's an adventure game again. The idea is to showcase, to have a story. You'll be playing through. You do puzzles in lieu of heavy gameplay, and it is very much focused on the story rather than gameplay. And again, LucasArts going like, why do you have to die so much? A game can be entertaining, its story can be entertaining without the need to focus on killing you every 15 steps or so. Which would make it, makes it more enjoyable, but still, yeah, basically coming on with the idea that a story game needs to be entertaining, but it doesn't need to be it doesn't need to. No, let's take a step back. It needs not to discourage exploration. That is what so unfortunately happens with Space Quest, for example. It's just not able to allow you to explore, because you go up to a chasm, you fall down. but by making the game not deadly, making it funny, and have the character be, well, another dim-witted one here, wanting to be a pirate. Maybe dim-witted is the wrong thing. Simple, naive, I think is the correct way to put it. It makes for a much better game, a much more enjoyable game, and you still have these weird things which absolutely are then also useful, like a rubber chicken with a pulley in the middle that you could have gotten from a shop, but you chose to borrow, and, well, no, you were gifted it by the voodoo lady instead. And hello, Thrag, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Thursday so far, and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Thursday. Welcome in. And indeed, the secret of Monkey Island. We are at the end, though, of the hour, so we'll be switching to a next game in a minute or so. I'll be taking a break in a minute or so and then switching to the next game. I just want to say that by removing this constant need to worry about anything you're doing is possibly going to kill you, you create an environment where you can hide more stuff, where exploring is actually something that you can encourage. Another example is you can insult people here from the beginning, even the mightiest pirate, and he's not outright going to kill you. He's just going to dismiss you as a lowly nobody, and the game goes on. You had an interaction, that's not what you had to do. The game goes on. Sierra would have immediately killed you. And why then give you funny sounding options if it's going to get you killed? Why not then play with that humor rather than, again, focusing more on trying to come up with scenarios that can kill you in a way? That is at least how it feels that Monkey Island went to. Okay, we're going to do something silly. What can be a silly result? Rather than, okay, you're dead. And maybe you shouldn't insult people. Can work, but I found this works a lot better. The humor is better, and it's much more interesting to play as a result. So yeah, actually, LucasArts being a newcomer to the adventure space, Sierra very much having dominated, they come up with a few new ideas and make the genre better by being funny, by allowing for that humor, by allowing you to explore properly, and basically revolutionizing the genre. And at the same time, and that is something I still quickly want to touch on, the options here that's new to this game as well. So the fact that you don't have to type anything with the parsers like before, you can choose to do something and then click on the screen in order for it to then happen, is a lot more valuable and limits what you are trying to type, because you are giving a guide rail that allows you to. Sorry, I would have needed to show the game for that. So yeah, you have the 9 verbs here you can use to interact with the game and do anything you want, rather than in Space Quest 2, where you had to type everything down. If you didn't know what you needed to type, you wouldn't be able to go on. But I do also need now to take a quick break, and I'll be seeing you at the top of the hour with our next game, which is going to be a racer. I didn't have any racers yet. Specifically, it is going to be F-Zero. So see you after the break and the ads. So everybody who's getting them, thank you very much for your patience with them, and everybody, thank you very much for your patience during the break. And I'll be seeing you afterwards. Welcome back, everybody. So, as I said, our next game is going to be F-Zero, our first racing game. And as time moves on, since we are now taking a look at between 1990 and 1992, of course, technology moves on, and we have a new console, the Super Nintendo, an upgrade from the NES, and as one of the first console, like for the first Nintendo console being able to really do into the screen racing. You probably know about the details a bit already. Mode 7 having the camera fly over a large texture, that is the map, rotating and distorting it as necessary to give the feeling of into the screen racing. which was something that beforehand was not possible on consoles. Of course, on arcades, this has been done for a longer while, but this is new on consoles. Yeah, racing games in general are pretty simple, so I'll do a few races and explain a few more things as we go on. But first, and I do want to apologize. Yeah, I am fine, thank you very much, and also thank you very much for the 95 stream watch streak. It is very much appreciated, thank you very much. Thank you for being here so regularly, I appreciate it very much. Okay, can we have a look at the car? Max speed of 400. That's a little bit of a faster car. Faster. It's very lightweight. I have no idea why it's so. The heavier the cars, the faster they go. Let's take this one then. Night League Beginner Class. So, racing games. Something that was tried quite early on and on PC did manage to have some success in the also into the screen racing category. As we saw on the NES, they were doing more a side-scrolling racing with Excitebike. And oh, you just pushed me out of there. Because the console just did not have the grunt to shift textures at the required rate. Again, the Super Nintendo is tricking there a little bit, but it's a good thing in my opinion. It's a very elegant trick and works very well to give this feeling of into the screen racing. And again, also it works, was done similarly on in the early PC games, although technically the details are a little bit different than they are for the Super Nintendo. For racing games, this at least pseudo's 3D feeling is very important, since if you do not feel like you're actually moving ahead through this space, it is going to feel quite it's going to be feeling off, let's put it like that, and you'll have the impression, yeah, our brain is really good at identifying what is close enough to 3D to actually work, and yeah, but it also needs a certain frame rate for the illusion to be convincing. And as such, with F-Zero and of course Mario Kart for the Super Nintendo, you get your first racing games on console. There's another game I did showcase previously for the PC, which I haven't reprised because the first decade was just so jam-packed that I didn't really have the space. So, but also that had some into the screen racing and did actually really nicely. And I just remember something. I would need to correct for that. It also means that I had forgotten to do so beforehand. yeah, 24 FPS as a minimum works out. I'd say that you want... Since you're playing it, you may want to have a minimum of 30. Fair enough. F-Zero does not quite reach that. But again, 24 is also sufficient and also does enough, luckily. But yeah, the more important thing is that it can that it has this aspect of into the screen racing provided by on the Super Nintendo by the Mode 7, on PC by Pure Power, going what comes next. The early game that I described with Into the Screen Racing used a positional map to know what needed to be drawn to the screen. And yeah, racing games though did exist beforehand. In the early arcades, they put in over-the-top racing, so you did see had a top of the track perspective, and you would be racing your car around that. On to you for having a better solution to be able to portray on the screen racing, they then took the decision, if that is how it is, then we are going to use a top-down perspective if that is the anything we can really do. Okay, stop. I am getting bounced about a little bit here. Let's restart our boost here. I do want to get a little bit more distance between me and second place. And first place. No, our eyes do not see at 24 frames per second. Vision is a complicated... it's actually quite complicated. And it is not as simple... Let me pause a little bit. As I see this many frames per second. Because our vision is a combination of what our eyes can report and what our brain can put together. And for example, we can detect flickering up to 60 hertz. You can also see some flicker if you 72 to 88 hertz, I think, is enough to really remove the flicker. So early movies ran at either 24 or 25, depending on what side of the Atlantic you were on, and they were noticeably flickering. It was enough to blend everything together into smoothish motion, but in between, our eyes did notice that the dip in brightness when the new frame was introduced, and that led to flicker, even though for the longest time the shutter would be open. But that periodic dip once every 25 frames or once every 24th of a second is not rapid enough for our eyes not to detect it. They could not see the individual pictures anymore, the individual images that comprise the movie, but the flicker was still noticeable. So saying that our eyes work at so many FPS is not actually correct. And there's also the thing that when I think up to 230 frames per second from what I've read is for people with a little bit of practice enough to be able to detect differences in smoothness if you're the one controlling it. There has also been, for example, the controversy. Movie pictures were usually shown at 24 frames a second. I think it was The Hobbit that was shown at 48 frames per second, and people were complaining that it wasn't cinematic enough because it was too smooth, too much like soap operas, like TV, because TV running at 60 frames per second with half frames due to interlacing very much felt smoother to us than the movies at 24. So it's not as easy as our eyes see this many FPS, but 24 is sufficient to blend it into a smooth motion. Although I think the threshold is lower at about 18 or something like that. But again, for example, our flicker is much faster, and if you are controlling it, you can feel it. I see it up to even more, up to 100, 300 and about 20 hertz afterwards. There isn't really anything you're pulling out of it anymore. Bloody hell, bloody hell. Didn't want to bonk. I would be aware of anybody saying, like, giving a fixed number for our body's capabilities. That is just not how bodies work, and it is far more complex than is otherwise reasonable to expect. So, for example, vision is more than just this is how many frames of motion you need in order to blend it into a continuous motion. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how the boost works anymore. Oh, there are the boosts. I get a boost per lap or something like that. Okay, okay. Let's pick up the pace and get to number 1. And then we have the boosts to keep our distance afterwards. Or I do something silly like this and use my boost to get to number 1 in the first place. Are you kidding me? It's not a bad car, but come on, stop. Those are cars that I am actually lapping. Yeah, power is low. I'm not going to be first, but I'm surviving in second. Okay, I should be looking pretty good so far. And let me see if I can't accumulate a few more boosts now before starting to use them. The bridesmaid. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what you mean with that. I'm sorry. I am not getting the boost pads here, although it is nice to know that we have a insured heal here. Come on. These are not easy to hit. And of course, if I am not hitting them, I am absolutely losing time. And I'm missing the boost. I'm not missing it. Okay, that's not too great here, but at least I did manage to catch up and get first place here. No. And now I just need to survive the final lab, which should be not too much of an issue. At least if I can hit these boosts without destroying the car. See, and that is also something that games did handle quite differently from game to the game. Never the bride, always the bridesmaid. It's not an expression I am too familiar with. Let me give a think here. Oh, you meant for the lab before. Okay. No, actually, that is not true. This is my third poll. So it's not actually accurate in that it had been the third race with my second place. Okay. But now that I understand what you meant, yeah, what I have to say is that it is unfortunately not entirely accurate since I didn't manage. It's not my first pole win. And it's not... It was only my second place, but yeah. In that race, no... Oh, bloody hell, okay. There were mines on that. But I managed to overtake one of these here. The other two are now enjoying to pull ahead a little bit, and I was a little too slow through these corners. You want a little bit more energy here. Can I take that corner sharp enough to be able to use the jump pad if I take the other way? Are you kidding me? Okay, I can, but I'm not jumping quite as far. Which again is fair, I don't have the same amount of speed and momentum to catapult me quite as far. Okay, I managed to make up a rank there. Luckily I didn't hit any mines, or that could have been costing me second place here. And using some good speed here through the arrival straight was a good idea as well. And a few more bongs, but giving me a hopefully good position ahead here. It's not terrible. At least we're on the straight and we can just boost and pull ahead here. And that is my first rank. Should be no issue to have won this this Grand Prix. I think it's 5 races per one. Yeah, so that's the second lap rank. Third lap where I didn't come in first, but only in second. And then for the next 2, I did manage to snag the pole positions again. Although for the last one here, it was a little bit on the tougher side, probably because I was saving my boosts up so much, which I think in the end was a good idea. So, okay, this is the best records, including lap records. And I do have sometimes on everything. Okay, can we? No, we cannot. That's just where we're at. But we can take a look at the records. Okay, I do think what this means is that I was using a different machine before, especially the yellow machine. Select your car. It also probably means that since I have a lighter car, my top speed in general might be lower, but my straight speed might be higher. Okay, and I can go through the difficulty as well. But I am not going to be finishing this race quite. End game. So, because I did want to quickly showcase something else. No rival. And we can now select the tracks. So, this is a mixture of time attack and practice mode. I'm not sure if time attack is going to be done here if I can save the times here. For one of the reasons that might not be is if it is not lapped, then okay, so it is lapped, and it then can take advantage of this. Oh, these are quite annoying. And there's probably no shortcut. You're only going to end up shooting outside of the track if you're too fast for the last jumps, probably. We did need some energy back. Yeah, taking that last jump can absolutely result in you just jumping out if you hit it fast enough. Yeah, I do know power is down. Don't see a good way, a good line here to use a lot of turbo, not when I'm this low on health already. Well, here boom, and I can't continue, unlike on the GTs where not finishing a lap is not an issue. So yeah, those are usually the two different modes of any racing game. Maybe this is more balanced. Let's try the Queen's League and see how far we get here. Immediately bonking a little bit. I wonder if there is a way to jump that. If there's a way to jump the roundabout. Although technically it is not a roundabout in that there is no counterflow traffic and that both lanes are acceptable to drive around. Which is something that for a roundabout is definitely not a given. And you also do need to pay attention on where you are in order to know which way around the roundabout you need to drive. And for the rest, I do think that for the traffic volumes where they work well, roundabouts actually are a fantastic solution compared to a signaled intersection. Okay, actually some really nice boost speed. I can absolutely drive my rated top speed without too much trouble, unlike the other car, which really needed the boost to get up to speed. And that's Not great, hitting a few cars there. But the repair lane is long enough to come back up all the way to full power. And should have used that last boost sooner. Would have gotten me in a little bit earlier and cut my final lap time down a little bit more. But it is what it is. A really decent start here. Immediately putting me in second place. Oh, okay. That was nasty. And again, the repair lane is more than good enough here. Jumping a little bit further, coming under the old rank 1. Introducing the lean and lateral thrusters that these machines have. Not quite all the way up, but if this is the rate of attrition, I'll be absolutely fine. Me too. I do prefer... Oh, bloody hell. That boost was not great here. And I got a little bit of health back. I think the main difference is that while the idea is the same to play the to have 3 different stories in the same world, I think that Fates did it so much better, pulling everybody together, giving the relationships of the main character. You had some history with one of the houses, and but you were the illegitimate child of the other. Very interesting dynamic there, and you'll of course you might of course then feel torn between those two families. I can do Fates, yes indeed. Or rather, I could showcase Fates. Allow me to quickly check something. Technically, I can do it. I'm not sure if I can, if I'm going to showcase it for the event. But if you are interested, I can always play it on stream. The thing that, understandably, a few people didn't like about Fates was the castle mechanic and the going to visit and or invade the castles of other people. And you needed to have quite a few in order to be able to really get the resources you needed easily. And you were also locked out of some of the resources if you did not have other castles you could visit, because you only could have one gem generator, for example, and you needed to find people who had the others in order to be able to do that properly. Yes, I can understand how... I did enjoy that as well, I have to say. But I can understand the people who found that aspect of the game more annoying. Okay, I'm going to just explode again, aren't I? I'm in first rank, but I do need to keep the pace up. Okay, anything else, and I am not going to survive. Of course, I'm going to be driving into the internet anymore. Yeah, that is another issue. It is gone. I am not sure whether there is a way to get it to work on the emulator, but it also does mean that that mechanic is now orphaned and the game less enjoyable to a degree, if you understand what I mean. Visiting other castles was very important, and now that it is gone, it is making the game definitely harder. The story and the tactical aspects, of course, are still very good and still very enjoyable, but the resources less available. You are just not wanting to let me turn, are you? Okay, getting into second rank again. Yeah, that was a mechanic you were supposed to take advantage of, and like it or dislike it, it's a shame that it is gone, and it does diminish the game, unfortunately. I'm not sure if there are mods for emulated versions, or if you have castles saved, if you can still... Well, you probably can't download them anymore, so if maybe some people saved some of the castles there. Oh, power down is not so good. But I did manage to eke by and still get a victory here. Yeah, what you always can do is redo the DLC battles to get more. But it's not perfect, unfortunately. And it is unfortunate in that regard. And again, that is something that I absolutely would prefer not happening. So, because that is an aspect of the game that has gotten shut down, not because of any huge issue of it not really working properly, but it's we do not support this anymore, and instead of issuing a patch, because I am sorry, you could have known that if the servers go down, that is not going to be as enjoyable anymore. They decided to not give you that, not give you an option there. Give you a selection of castles that are now fixed. They don't need to be the best castles ever designed, but just there are options. There are options that don't cost you anything, that are a simple patch, and that still allow people into the future to just enjoy the game more as it was meant to do than it is now able to enjoy the game. And that is, yeah, unfortunate. I should have all the DLC. I need to take a look. As I said, I haven't looked at it in a while, but it is something I do want to. Okay, I need to take a look, because the 3 stories are so nicely interwoven already that it would make actually for a really nice showcase. And then again, I have so much else I do want to show. But the bigger issue that I see is, unless, I don't quite remember where. So you have the different types of gems, you have the different types of meat and vegetables, and the conquest castles gave you others than the revelation or birthright castles. Were they more or less equivalent, or did they have different effects? I don't quite remember. It is something worth checking. Not sure if I can find the time today. I'll see if I can't check it during the break, but I might not be able to. They're equivalent. Okay, thank you very much. So that is not going to be a big issue, though. The issue is then going to be amount, because if you have multiple castles, then after every battle you can get more resources than you could without. Yeah, absolutely. I hope that whatever you are going to do is also going to be fun and not a tedium. And I'm just knocking all about here because he's not opening up the lane properly. Of course. You're already a broken machine. Okay. You are kidding me. At least I am in second place now. And I can see first place. Don't have a ton of boosts saved up, but as long as I can stay behind him. Or overtake him in a nice, on a nice straight like this, I should be fine. Okay, you are going to explode if I touch you. Hey! Well done. Okay, so they both have attack up food, and the gems do work the same as well. Okay, that is actually really good. Good to know, and that helps the game remain more playable. Although I do think that might have been something that was necessary. Or that was considered necessary because you cannot ensure that everybody had internet, although during that time I'd be surprised if that was a big consideration. Can you not knock me into the border here? Ooh, not enough speed. Okay, let's retry that. You romanced Jacob. Oh, okay. You romanced your butler. Okay. Didn't remember his name. Yeah, it is one option. I had several romances already. I went through the games several times, or the game, before I do consider the three parts, the three things part of the same game. Okay, these corners, I have, at least as of yet, no idea how to really take them. And not fast enough. Damn it. I don't think I have her romance yet. Understandable. He's a good man. Kitsune is a guy. Yes, now that you say it. So you need to play a female Korin in order to be able to romance, if I remember correctly. Okay, I don't foresee any problems rerunning the first lap, especially now that I have learned it, but this is also going to be the last lap before a quick discussion and the break. Indeed. That was also really, really well done by the Fire Emblem team, that since they did give you the romance and then the childbirth options, that they individualized the children, compare like dad, mom to a degree, and you could have twins if I remember correctly, if both of the parents had an associated child, then there would be both there available. I'm not getting first place. Nope, I could still get first place. The exit of the roundabout has gotten me twice now and really ping-ponged me back hard. Okay. And I see now why I got ping-ponged so bad when I try to take it for the first jump. So yeah, just took a look at the clock and that's another hour gone. Yeah, as a quick recap, racing games were tried early on. It's only about the turn of the 90s that they became viable with the Genesis and Super Nintendo on consoles. PC could try beforehand. They're not looking... they're looking, depending on when they are a little bit older, but getting them to work took a while, and until then you had the top-down and the side-scrolling racings coming in. Omega, hello, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic Thursday, and that you can be looking forward to a great continuation of your Thursday. I am doing fine. I am doing fine, thank you very much. I hope you are doing as well, and I am coming back up to the top of the hour, just having finished the history showcase of F-Zero, the first into-the-screen racer of the event. I am happy to hear that. So yeah, I'll be needing and wanting to take a quick break soon, during which the hourly ads will run, and I'll be switching the game up to the next one, namely being Commander Keen. So yeah, thank you very much for being here, but I will be taking a quick break soon. Black Blanket, okay. That is nice. I do not play Dead by Daylight very much myself. I've tried it. It's not really the style of game for me, which as always is fair if you do enjoy it and if you're looking forward to this event. I hope that it is going to be as good as you are imagining it. I will be coming up to talk about that style of games though. At one point, the 10th anniversary event. Dang, time flies. I wasn't aware that it was that old already. Makes sense to a degree. But yeah, I am surprised that it is already that old then. But yeah, I will need to take a quick break. I'll be seeing all of you afterwards, and I'll be going through your commentaries afterwards as well. After the break, we'll be running, as I already said, Commander Keen, and there'll also be the ads running. So thank you very much, everybody, for your patience during the break and the ads that you might be getting. See you after the break. welcome back. So, Commander Keen, a series, really a platformer series released on PC by id Software, the same id Software that produced Wolfenstein 3D and Doom. It came about because, to a degree, they built this smoothly scrolling platformer engine that by a lot of people was okay. I just realized I do need to take a step back here in order to properly contextualize all of this. So yeah, during the 80s, a lot of IBM PC compatibles, or all IBM PC compatibles, were struggling with smoothly scrolling the screen. It is something that consoles had built-in features for that automatically allowed for a smooth scrolling. The NES has that, the Super Nintendo has it, the Mega Drive has it, but a lot of PCs did not, and thus scrolling was not smooth and didn't feel good. And that is something that id Software set out to solve. They did, and that is where this series of games comes from. I do realize it is the 35th anniversary of Sonic the Hedgehog. I will not be. I would not be okay. Due to everything I did want to discuss, I did not have room to showcase any Sonic games in the block or in any of the blocks. There is just too much that I wanted to go through, but it is something that I wanted to acknowledge as well, and you did just remind me of that. It was, as you already actually, I wanted to acknowledge it tomorrow. That would have been wrong, though. That would have been the wrong year blog. I've written it down as a note on the blog tomorrow. It is the time of the mascot platformers. Is it fair? Is it unfair? Mascots were a big thing back then. I do think that yes, they became platformers. Have you seen the newest song, Speed Is My Life? Yeah, I think I will do that. But first, so I'll do that towards the end, before the next break. Then we have also some more context for platformers, for the platformers themselves, because let's get into a game here. So there is the overworld, which has been taken from for more than, well, the first one to really do an overworld like that, if I remember correctly, was Super Mario Bros. 3, which we had in the rotation yesterday. Yeah, I don't want to connect with you. The big difference here would be that the levels are not showcased as cleanly. So, platformers in and of themselves are pretty simple. They are one of the earliest genre, as we discussed yesterday, for the 72 to 98, 89 block. Yeah, thank you very much. And as I said, I will take a look at it at the end of this hour then. Or this is the block I ought to be doing it in. And as I also then said that PCs were struggling with doing platformers, and it did take a while before platformers became viable. It's not a forgiving platformer, that is for sure, and it is the out of the series, it is the harder one, because unlike games on the console, a lot of games still followed the what was termed the shareware model on PC. Ouch. Should have gone the other way. Okay. They were robots, so okay. I thought I couldn't stun them, but I can. Oh well, too bad. Now we're going to struggle with not a lot of lives after the first level. My bad, though, for that. But... So, yeah. Platformers did struggle on PC, and you're just pushing me, okay. And thus, titles such as Commander Keen were released quite a bit after the groundbreaking titles on the consoles, just due to the differences in the architecture of the systems. Later on, PCs became much more powerful than consoles, but it did take a while. And as such, this is the moment where I don't want to say it's exactly a parity between the two, and something got me there on the top. But this is the time where at least platformers are still catching up. Some other games have always been easier to do on PC than on console, which yeah. For example, would have been racing games, where the IBM PCs managed to crack it quite a bit earlier than on console. But platformers is where PC was always behind. To give you a comparison, the year this released was a year after Super Mario World. So, the controls aren't quite as smooth as you would expect from a Super Nintendo platformer in the day, or even a Genesis Mega Drive platformer in the day. Okay. That did mean that I got his attention. Okay, good. But as you also can see, the PC platformers were not without innovations of their own. Instead of double jumps, or so we have the pogo stick that Keen uses here to help to get to higher places. Okay. Okay. That's a fixed platform. So yeah, and even feelings-wise, you do have that stun gun, which is different to any Mario platformer where you jump onto your enemies to defeat them. But it's also not quite Mega Man because the on how the gun is limited works quite differently. There is not the idea of enemies coming back. There are no boss battles in that big sense that as you have them in Mega Man, and as such it is probably for anybody who had not experienced this game earlier, seems a little bit on the weird side. We didn't have consoles early on, although I did go back to play a lot of console games later on. And we did have Game Boys, that's where we started, but we did play on PC a lot, so personally I do have my childhood experience with these games in particular, but they are quite deadly, and they are to a degree unashamedly so. And as we discussed yesterday, while going through some of the arcade stuff as well, that difficulty in arcade games was not only a way to lengthen the time, well, the time a game needed to be played to be completed, but since revenue depended on people failing and needing to restart, it also was necessary to have a hard game in order to guarantee a lot of money for the arcade owners who would not buy machines that did not make enough money. So if it was too easy or too easy to master, then they would that was not a machine that was lucrative and thus interesting to the arcade owners. And later on, difficulty was... For some games it feels wrong to say used to pad the playtime. For example, even early Super Mario Bros. Does not feel unfair in its extension to in how the difficulty of the game extends it. It did have the warp zones, if you could find them, which encouraged, and you had the secrets, which both encouraged exploration and allowed you to go back faster to a place where you had already explored, or behind a place you had already explored. They were reasonable on the on the one-ups gained. So while it's an easy game by modern standards, limited in the sense of the obstacles and the techniques that were used. For example, there is no flying mechanics. There is no there is only the mushroom and the basic upgrades that you know from Mario, the fire flower and the mushroom. Okay. Okay, I can just drop down here. So there were differences there. There are differences also between, of course, Mario and Sonic, in that the Sonics on the early Genesis, the early levels at least, emphasize speed over precision platforming, where the first levels, if you a little bit know their layout, you can simply run through them very easily. Are you the exit? I don't think so. No, you're not yet an exit. And that kicked me out. There are no checkpoints, but if there are enough pickups in a level, you can absolutely gain the life back, although that gets harder the longer you play. And so, while I can only showcase a limited number, in this case really one platformer, they were still one of the most popular genres, and despite the big games coming out, there were a lot of other platformers still coming out as well in this period, not only on the on the Super Nintendo, which had come out, but also still on the NES. We'll be seeing some of that tomorrow as well. And here is another leftover from the arcade days, that you have the high score table, which, while a lot of modern platforms still give you points, I don't think they don't have a high score table in that sense anymore. Getting the highest score, while a nice thing to fight about, is not really the goal anymore. Whereas for arcade games, that and playtime very often was the goal of getting good with it. And as you see, even here, the second engine variation in, there are still hiccups to be had in the graphics as the game scrolls. They're not usually this bad, but it can happen, and it is just a way that a showcase in that that scrolling, and smooth scrolling especially on the PC, was more of a hack than really supported. And if you do compare it to, for example, Mario or Sonic, sorry, there is... Come on. There is a clear difference in polish and in... I'm not sure. In capability of the teams, maybe. Although this is a completely competent platformer, not as bad as a lot of the shovelware that could be found on even the consoles. But compared to Super Mario or Sonic, yeah, it does feel quite a bit more limited. Although, yes, it is still a fun game, I can understand that people that grew up with more with the consoles did have a different view on it. Not in the sense that it isn't a competent platformer, but that the consoles were able to showcase we're still able to showcase a lot more a technical surety towards the genre than the PC could, especially in the sense of the sprite smoothness and scrolling not being a hack added onto it without hardware support. So yeah, as to Commander Keen, while the game was very successful on PC, it also did not continue beyond this game. Really, there was another one that later on got released as a project, but it was not done by the same team and is considered a bit of a not exactly spin-off, but it is also not considered to be part of the same releases as the first trilogy and this one. So unlike the console platformers that we were discussing, namely Mario and Sonic, which still have games released to this day, sometimes of varying quality, they are still active franchises, whereas Commander Keen has not seen a release ever since Aliens Ate My Babysitter, which is the game time-wise after this and the fan game I was talking about, and something killed me up there. I think I was a robot. I'm not sure I will enjoy the two pushes down here. Okay, at least they can't climb up a a rod here and kill me from below. And of course I'm trying too hard to get the points and jumping into the spikes. Okay, let's make it this the best we're going to be picking up. And so the platformers did continue to move and evolve, and while on the PC, platformers never managed to keep the relevance. They always had a lot more on the consoles. For example, there isn't a Nintendo console generation without a either 2 or 3D platformer. Every console has their own release of a Mario title. On the PC, afterwards, once other genres were possible, platformers became a lot less present and disappeared for quite a while until the retro indie resurgence later on. It is, in my opinion, nothing against platformers as the genre, but always the remainder that platformers always were a little bit more difficult on PC than they were on console. 3D platformers also needed to contend with the issue that the keyboard control scheme is not as good as a controller for the control of a character. While the keys are the same, the ease of use isn't given, and as such, it does feel more clunky. Even this one I do consider quite a yeah, no, it's not, unfortunately, as good as console releases, but it is a very competent one. It's fun. It gives a lot of ideas to backgrounds, to obstacles, which is something that the PC always had an advantage in that storage space, or maybe storage transfer space is the better one. PCs do a lot, can handle a lot more data than the early consoles, could. Damn it. Killed myself there. Still have 3 lives though. And as such, the platformer died on PC until, as I said, the resurgence of the retro indie platformers that came up, and by then the PC had so much power that for a platformer there wasn't a big... If you wanted to do a platformer by then, you weren't held back by the PC because, and consoles for that matter as well, both had more than enough power to shift the necessary amount of graphics rather easily by then. But, and that is something that is still the case if you do not use a controller, that is still going to limit how well games or platformers do play on PC, because not every game is the same. There are some games, namely first-person shooters and RTS games being two of the main ones that that come to mind, where the mouse and keyboard does offer a substantial advantage over a controller, but you do need to you do need to then, in other genres such as platformers, accept the limitations, or, which is actually something not very hard to do, use a controller that you plug into it. And I just jump into the fire again. Again, this is not an easy level. It is the second one in a duology of games, and they always got progressively harder, and as soon as you climb, you kill me. I tried to shoot him, but it wouldn't let me. I was too slow. So, yeah. While it is no Mega Man, while it is no Sonic, while it is no Mario, it is a game that sets out what it wants to do very competently, quite confidently. Again, there are, as always, some issues due to it being on PC, but I do think that it does rather well for itself. And there I go again. You just please stop moving, the both of you. Points, again, are important for extra lives. These are not Vitalin. I need to figure out what the Vitalin drops are, although I don't have very many of them yet. Only picked up about 50. But they also probably give me a new one-up every 100. Rather than the ever-escalating points requirement. And again, we didn't manage to save the galaxy, although we did manage to beat our own high score. And I do not believe that for the 2 Carmacks, those are the actual high scores they achieved. They must have played more than that to get, and they got more than 10,000 points, because 10,000 points is really not much. As you can see, if you do just play, even if you do lose very quickly, it is more than enough to get up to 100,000 points rather easily. Maybe I should have started an easy game. Let me have a quick look on how that differs, and that is also something I maybe should be bringing up. In that the difficulty selection was much more a thing on PC than it was on the consoles. As you can see, I have the choice here of 3 difficulties, and there do seem to be a lot less enemies around here. The jumping is still the same, but since these are still the early levels, there are few deadly falls. And as such, making the game easier by removing some enemies. Although I have the feeling that is not necessarily all the setting does. I think you also accelerate faster than with the than on the other difficulty setting. And enemies take more time to notice you, also a way to do difficulty. Again, that is not something we see on consoles, though. That is something that that will remain exclusive for a long time to PC, but also that is something that Nintendo never, for example, added to their repertoire. Okay, this weapon isn't shooting, I am jumping slightly. So there's a few effects to playing on an easier difficulty. Everything from giving you more jump height to being more controllable. Does showcase the difference in philosophy between, well, consoles back in the day and PC development. You can see there's an enemy missing. Flames here do remain the same, though. But as long as you don't jump in a bad moment, that's not a big issue. And there is no deadly enemy here. Although I am immediately getting killed by the pusher, since they are deadly on, probably deadly to jump on and deadly on the poles, on the slidey poles. And there is the snowball missing here, again making it quite a bit easier. Is this the correct thing to do or not? Can you expect people to just get good? I don't think there is a strict correct or wrong here. I do think that there is a difference in style, in allowing for difficulty modes or not, and just because you don't have any difficulty modes doesn't mean that the game needs to be terribly hard, or it's boring to veterans. If you do put in optional challenges, which give you small rewards, or that allow you to showcase your mastery over the game later on, that is also a way in order to have different difficulty settings, although I don't think that that is quite fair, in that it is not a difficulty setting in the sense that it is equally hard for everybody to be able to finish the game, but it is more a way for to engage people that usually would not find the base challenges very interesting, but in order to beat the game, you have to complete the same challenges as everybody else. It is definitely a way that has merit. It is something that I discussed when I was playing Dark Souls, that if you don't have a difficulty level, then if somebody says, well, I did find this part very hard, for example, it is not a... and another one finds it easy, it's not, oh, but you didn't play it on the correct difficulty setting. No, it does say then something more fundamental. I feel that it does say something about what speaks to you as a player, rather than being a sorry, how shall I best put this? So let's take the different bosses in Dark Souls, for example. The Capra Demon is considered to be one of the harder bosses, although, yeah, once you know what you need to do, be aggressive, beat him down aggressively, and or maybe take advantage of the ledges. There are ways, there are good ways to deal with it, in my opinion. And usually I don't really struggle much to deal with the Capra Demon, but I do recognize that I am, at least for Dark Souls, a veteran player, or for Souls-likes, I am a veteran player, and that then leads to, yeah, bosses feeling differently complicated. And that is fine, but if I say, if you do this and this, I don't think that the Capra Demon is that hard anymore, then that is not something that that works because I played on a lower difficulty level, that is not available on the normal difficulty. So I do think difficulty settings have their place, but not every game needs them, and not every game is better for it. Okay, so I did say that I did want to do a few more things, and I am getting slightly frustrated, I have to be honest, here. I do wonder about something, though. So, yeah, so I've tried to go through the notes I've taken. I'm not sure if I actually, how properly I did manage that. Okay, I think we can do this like this, as I did say, and had wrongly put it down in my notes, and was correctly reminded by Omega Snake Boss. It is the 35th Sonic anniversary, and I will, if I get everything in, need to showcase that. And we will be watching the video they brought out for the anniversary. For it is very much an important part of the history of video games, and it would have been remiss of me not to feature it at least a little bit. Okay, I'll be a little bit in the way. I can make it smaller. Okay. So we'll be watching through it, and then I'll be giving some final commentary for the platformer part of today, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, that is it for platformers. So we'll be watching this and enjoying it, and then I'll be moving on to a small discussion, the next one at the break, and then the next game at the top of the hour. Yeah, so what, and I'm going to commentate it a little bit. Again, there are two Sonics, 3D and 2D. Yeah, I do have to say that it works usually a lot better in 3D. There's not... Okay, there is something I do want to discuss here, and that is my issue with I do think that most people would agree that Sonic had a lot of ups and downs, and that the 3D games were always they had an issue. And if you take and my issue is that whereas Mario could always fall back onto being a platformer where jumping, precision, what they could build into the 3D environment could be used, the idea of Sonic being a fast-running game instead of a precision platformer, which to a degree, it has been still, even in its Genesis phase. Yes, you had some levels you could just blaze through, but you had parts where you had to slow down, be aware where you weren't fast. But this nature of speed leads to a problem in the 3D ones where you don't want to make a racing game, which, yeah, you want it to be a platformer, but how then do you incorporate the speed aspect of it? And they always fail, and in my opinions, there isn't still a good 3D Sonic platformer because they need to put that speed factor in, but at the same time have it not become a racing game. This section here is very much a reverse racing game. I'm not exactly sure why. This is always something that these are sequences I don't like in general in 3D platformers. Crash Bandicoot does it. It's done here in Sonic. So if you avoid them, like Mario, like Spyro, the game is already quite a bit better because it doesn't work very well. You don't have a lot of time to react to obstacles. It's fine here because the obstacles are coming from behind and there's none in front of you. Whereas but still you don't see anything. You're not doing the racing as Sonic. You're evading stuff that is coming from behind, and if there's a corner coming up, he's going to turn it for you. Whereas Crash Bandicoot try to have it both ways, but then no, it doesn't work very well. And whereas any of the 2D games, they could work very well. They're going to be feeling a lot like do we have a purely we have here for no, that's okay, this works. 3D but 2D, if you have the level and you can just go through the level and you do some platforming, you do some running, you can avoid it feeling like a racing game and still feel like a platformer, which the 3D games never found how to do that, which is, in my opinion, an unfortunate issue of those games. But it is an enduring franchise, and I do wish the best for them. Maybe try and do more either 2D games or like with the cross racing. That is also something that would work, that works for Sonic. But but the adventure parts weren't fleshed out enough, in my opinion, and the racing platforming doesn't work in 3D really. So if they had focused more on the adventure part and really taken and really said, okay, we're making an adventure, maybe a beat them up as they are hinting that they wanted to do, it would have probably made for a much better. It would have made for a better game still. And that is maybe something they need to consider. If you want to have a fast platformer, do that in 2D, and maybe take the 3D Sonics and don't try to be a platformer anymore. Or if you are a platformer, take the speed out. Or do something else with Sonic that suits him better. Absolutely, and I'm not saying it's not an enjoyable game for anybody, but it does have limits. So, and we're almost at the top of the hour already. So I'll be taking a quick 3-minute break and be back at after the top of the hour with the next game, and we can still discuss the issues that I've brought up afterwards. The next game will be Street Fighter 2. So thank you everybody for your patience, and I'll with the break and the ads, and I'll be seeing you after this short break. And I'm so sorry that I always need to keep interrupting discussions as they come up, but I do want to also to move the event along. So see you after the break, and thank you very much for your patience. welcome back to Street Fighter 2. And there is no sound in this demo mode, but that is because it is a demo mode. And let's go in. So, our first proper one-on-one fighting game. Probably the first one I would actually consider to be a proper fighter. We had previous games such as... Oh, yeah. The timing, because this is the arcade version. Come. And then again, difficult even in PCs because well, you want to eat quarters of the players. And as such, making the AI quite strong here is not a bad idea. So I'll need to get in a little bit. Let me take another character here. She wasn't the character I wanted to pick. And of course, two-player mode that you could fight one against the other. I'm going to be running out of time again. Flying in the US, meaning that we're fighting Ken. Much closer, but still a loss. Again, these games had the difficulty because you want to be selling games, and if it's too easy, you're not going to be selling many games. And it also gave people that invested, again, because it is absolutely a game, a feasible game to beat and so on. If you became good, if you learned the combos, if you learned how to do stuff. And you see, ouch! The AI just really set up much harder here. So, giving you another spike here. If you're cynical, it's all very clearly a device in order to get you to play more, and then you feel like, oh, but I had a good round there, and then afterwards I didn't play well enough. And yeah, this is... you see, the AI is quite strong, and there's, as far as I know, no way to influence the difficulty here, so playing through this is going to be quite rough. Let's play her one more round before switching. Luckily, I will not suffer running out of coins. But in another way, it also forced a certain quality in the players, in that the two-player matches had a baseline of competency that you would achieve even without being able to play against other players. So it is healthy for a multiplayer environment, and I did say I wanted to switch and now I didn't. Sorry about that, everybody. And I'm pretty sure all of those switches are possible in for a player as well, if you know what you're doing. And while I do not consider myself a fighting game noob, most of my fighting game time is spent in Tekken, which has a very different idea compared to this game. Okay. We can reprise the same... well, not that we've won anything yet, but I can showcase a few more characters here. Let's see if another character would... Okay. Okay, I feel like a button is not quite correct with Daalism here. Why is... Okay, give me a quick second. I will be taking a look at the controls. Okay. Okay, no, I do see a mistake here. And there is something bad here as well. Can you... I'm not pushing anything at the moment. Come on. Okay. I do unfortunately need to calibrate quickly. They'll be in the game. Just ensuring it works. 1, 2. Okay. Don't have you. Does this work correctly? Unfortunately, I cannot pause the game. Okay, that should work. I'm going to be just losing this fight. Okay. Okay, this should now be working correctly. I had a few buttons that I had used twice. I'm just Okay. Okay, we can continue, and I'm sorry for that, but I had indeed not had the buttons all quite correct, which only came to light when I was using, or was only sure about when I was using Dalism here. So let's okay. Okay, with the correct button, it does seem to go a little bit better as well. Okay, we're still not entirely sure how to do the combos. Again, I am... Yeah. The Shoryuken has just such a range. Come on. Can you... Not a chance. Okay, as I'm allowing myself to continue to be beaten up, I'm not going to do better now that I'm going to try to do a little bit of a discussion. So, Street Fighter, in my opinion, rightly so, is viewed as the origin of the 1v1 fighting games. For some reason, though, I did always prefer the sprites for Street Fighter, and I'm sad that they have gone away from them and not come back, even in the newer games. Maybe it was inevitable since they were so early, and a lot of other early fighting games have switched to 3D as well, such as Mortal Kombat, which also started out as a sprite-based 2D fighting game and then went completely 3D for character models and movement and everything. Although I do have to say that I don't mind Mortal Kombat doing it quite so much. For whatever reason, they did it much better. And then you have King of Fighters. You have, of course, Tekken, which is my big favorite. Let's do one more dial lesson before I switch again. Which is the fighting game that I mainly play. And there are there's nowadays BlazBlue, which has completely embraced the which has re-embraced sprites, which is why I think that maybe Street Fighter should go back. How? Or is that because I am attacking that I can also be hit that much further from? Well, I don't know. But it is of course not not necessarily need discussing the modern games quite yet, but suffice it to say that there are a ton of different now long-running fighting game series that have come from these humble beginnings. Okay, I don't need the high score. Again, it is an arcade game, and as such, high scores were quite of some import. So why Street Fighter 2, not Street Fighter 1? Street Fighter 2 is the fighting game that introduced the concepts of combos, or the distance attacks we're seeing here. Well, I am better Snake with Tekken, which is what is the main fighting game that I'm playing. But for this moment in history, and for the history of fighting games in general, Street Fighter does need its acknowledgement. And as such, as I am playing through it poorly here. And this is also the arcade version, not the Super Nintendo version, which for the time surprisingly is quite close to the original arcade version. I think the frame rate and details are lower, but it is becoming the time that arcade machines, while still more powerful than the consoles, are starting to be caught up by the consoles in usable power. So the gap is much lower than it was back then. Well, also the first Street Fighter did not have the same impact. It did not have the concept of chain. A lot of what nowadays we consider to be a standard for fighting games was just not was established also in Street Fighter 2 rather than in Street Fighter 1, which is why historically Street Fighter 1 is a good is not unimportant, for it led to the development of Street Fighter 2, but it is Street Fighter 2 that really put down the legacy of the Street Fighter series. Oh. I am too aggressive here. I've always struggled personally with Street Fighter again. Tekken being my go-to fighter. Okay, let's try one more time. Being less aggressive. Not sure if this is an improvement. Damage on my opponent wise, it's definitely not. Maybe it's not. I know how to do quarter circles. Yeah. It's Let's go again for. Okay. And that is probably something that holds me back in here. Tekken has basically no quarter circles, or the combis and specials come through and I do not know a lot of those specials for the people here, for the characters here. And the reflex to to play it like Tekken, basically, when it doesn't work like Tekken, is holding me back. But on the other hand, it is what I've been playing for decades, and ouch, that was my entire bar basically gone in one big round there. Let's switch characters. I'm not getting, of course, not getting any further with this one. But yeah, no, I do know what is a part of what is holding me back. Which, to a moment, I don't know if that is necessarily why can't I? I'm really not getting another issue that I realized that I'm having here is I am basing my distancing or trying to distance myself onto how far I need to distance myself in order to be hitting with certain attacks. I am basing that very much also on my Tekken experience, which again doesn't work here. Trying if you have in Tekken, if you have one of the few characters that has like screen ranging attacks, you do want to be close. No. Which is a little bit of a shame, but on the D-pad, at least, I never really got used to quarter circles. They never felt right. And even though... yeah, and then somehow... muscle memory does not go away easily. And something in my brain tells me it may be a good idea to try and jump over stuff to get closer. But I don't get closer. And try, yeah. So, having no... being unsure what to do, then I do jump wildly about and flail more than... yeah, and this is something that very much walls me out once they start doing that. Another issue, even though when I remember to, I do know I can do quarter circles. Yeah, it's not working out the way it may, and I am absolutely accepting that a lot of people are going to be able to whoop my ass with me and all the CPUs here, and that is fine. And I'm completely unsure how the hit detection works. And I also a little bit wonder, okay, but this is not a quarter circle, this was a half circle. Which again is not something I'm used to. Back and down and then go forward. Okay, so that is the sonic boom. And from that same... is a charged character, not a normal circle character. Thank you very much for letting me know. I had no idea. I don't quite understand how throws work either in this game. But it is also something that in the day a lot of people would not know, and a lot of people have since put a lot of, well, not sure if put in time to master the game, have learned. Back in the day, I don't think the cabinet came with a cheat sheet, so to say, for the combis. For example, why could she throw me there? You have no idea how Vega works. Fair. I think again, that is something that a lot of people took quite some time to figure out. And again, while nowadays it would probably be possible to look up the button combinations for the specials and stuff. Okay, if I had... Would it have been... No, I'm not sure if it would have been the correct thing to... Okay. I thought that that would not have been the case. So that would have been then probably on the sides where you had indications for the different characters. Were they complete or... Okay. Were they complete or not? I realize that while I do know about the games, we never had a ton of arcade experience. But for this game, while there were other options, I did feel it proper to showcase the original one. Oh, he's a full circle boy. And then you need to know where to start the circle. I think that is another issue. There is one thing, though, that is not a that is not the big topic of discussion right now. In that a lot of modern fighters, at least on PC and console, offer a assist mode, which I am not sure that most implement well. And once I allow the character to get too much distance, I need to wait for them to get closer. Okay, maybe Zangief offers some path here. No. Not like that. Yeah. But again, I do guess that this would have been an experience common to a lot of people trying the game out on arcades. Not most people did not have the time or money to well no, I do maintain what I already discussed, that most people in an arcade were not the pro gamers of the time, which had really a lot of skill and knowledge, or at least that is not what the arcades would have wanted. They would have wanted a few really good players and a lot of bad players that came in rarely, but were thus more inexperienced and would have less games and stuff. No idea how that does. So yeah, he does have a lot of health and a lot of attack. If you get myself into a corner, it's always... It's of course not great. Okay, that's a round 1. Even though it was very close. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't disagree calling it like that. I think it stems from a necessary rounding issue that that these games have, in that you do not have the granularity to go to showcase everything one to one. He is another grab. Okay, how does grappling properly work? Because I sometimes manage to do throws, sometimes I just get thrown. Oh, so grapplers are more like the full circle stuff. Again, my comparison is Tekken, where you have the two armor. We have King and Armor King basically being more grapple-y characters. But then again, they work completely differently. There you usually want to initiate a grapple out of a combo and then keep it going for as long as possible. Although, I am not the expert on both King or Armor King. Come on. There seems to be some specialized anti-air kicks. Hey! No idea how or why I got that. Yeah, that is fair. I've played Tekken since Tekken 3 I want to say, and then once I had 5 and 6 on the PlayStation Portable. That is where I really sank my teeth into it. And I've had... yeah, I had every game since then, I think. What I do find funny... Okay. Probably not going to go any better, even though he is the big boss. And I think now that I have a little bit more attention here and a little bit more experience, I think one of the differences here to Tekken is as well that the hitboxes work quite differently. For example, that down one, I was at that height. Equivalent in Tekken probably would not have hit, since we were both too high and you're having that. Yeah, okay. Again, then there are no big air battles in Tekken, so I'm probably it's probably not an easy. It's not a clean and easy comparison. Hold back and forward and punch. Let's try it. Okay. You just need to hold for long enough in order to get it. Which is then... Okay, it feels cheap though, just spamming this. And hey, I ran the timeout for a round victory. Okay, can't even charge into that. And then comes that throw. I don't know how they activate. And there's much less, at least feeling-wise, air juggling than tech. Although I'm not sure if that is correct. Okay. I did still have another discussion point that I wanted to go through here. Do the same, but with a kick for his double knee press. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. For now, I did have a few more things that I did want to discuss, as this is also one of the last arcade games that are coming up. Or maybe more correctly to say that this is the end of the dominance of the arcades. As I already said, the Super Nintendo version is a very competent version of Street Fighter 2. And a very and fun and nice and all of that. And with the PlayStation coming up and so on, the dominance of the arcade wanes and the home market gets more important, PC and consoles. And until more recently, there's always going to be a split that some genres just don't really appear on consoles, or vice versa, that they don't really appear on PC. And but a lot of fighters always had arcade releases. At least in Japan, I am not quite aware how it was for the US, mainly because of the fighting game scene, be that Street Fighter, be that King of Fighters, be that Mortal Kombat, be that Tekken. Although I do think that in Japan it's Street Fighter and Tekken, the two most popular ones. And especially before the age of the internet, but also afterwards, the arcade remained a place where you could go, find games, enjoy it with other fans, and be then part of this fighting game community that had built around these games, and that was not it had a community that was worth coming back for, and that at least for these titles in Japan kept the arcades alive. I do know that there are what was the last Street Fighter release? 6, I think. There are Street Fighter 6 cabinets, and that there are Tekken 8 cabinets in Japan, with cards to be able to save your record. And I think with Tekken 8, bring it back and forth between the arcades and consoles, PC, although don't quote me on that. But you have those cards, you have those victories saved, which people you played, how you did, your loss win. Yeah, that is also something for... I'm very happy about that, and luckily it's not the only online PV community. There is also the StarCraft Brood War community is also very friendly, and also Supreme Commander has a very good online PvP community. Oh yeah, Evo. I did almost forget about that as a franchise, not franchise, as a series, but also popular in Japan. And yeah, I am really happy that these communities have built themselves, and that they kept the arcades alive, because a lot of types of games really weren't able to be quite as popular. So what you still have a lot is light gun or driving games, where you sit in specialized cabinets that are not very easily replicatable at home, and then the fighting games where you have a lot of cabinets still in the arcades, where it's really... And there are meets and competitions, and whereas the prize pool for a lot of other esports is a lot higher than anything for fighting games, it seems like that they do manage to have a ton of fun during those days, and that a lot of pros compete more for the love of the competition rather than the prize pool, which yeah, I'm not sure how exactly that is true for some others. I know that a lot of StarCraft pros, both Brood War and 2, do just enjoy the game and competing, and the prizes are a bonus, especially in Korea, because they make a lot more money streaming than they do competing. But they really do enjoy that competition, and that is also very, very active and fun At least in Korea, it's gone. It's died down a lot more in Europe. But we are coming dangerously close to the top of the hour again, and time doesn't stop. And there are more games I did want to showcase today, so we will be taking another short break during which the ads will run, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes with the next game being Final Fantasy 4. We can continue our fighting game discussion afterwards, but for now, there's a quick break with ads, and I hope that. Thank you, and I want to thank all of you. Thank you very much for your patience during the ads and break, and I'll see you after the break. welcome back. So, RPGs. I already showcased Champions of Krynn based on D&D, is one of the earlier CRPGs, and we did take a look at an adventure game as well in The Secret of Monkey Island. So this is the JRPG spot, which I do seriously don't think is it needs to be a separate category, because Japan had a very different approach to the games than the West did. Both said to be inspired from tabletop RPGs. Japan took the more storytelling approach. That is why I'm saying that No, this is Final Fantasy IV Tira. That's this developed into the storytelling idea that adventures took in the West, and they also have evolved a bit. Not only are the graphics better, that is, though, to be expected, to since it is newer hardware. Yesterday, as we took a look at Phantasy Star, that was definitely it was an older console with a different architecture, working differently, having more limitations, and thus having some differences. You wish it was 9. Let's have a look. That would be next Monday, if I'm calculating this in my head correctly. You might want to tune in then. But yeah, and you're absolutely right in that regard. Final Fantasy has become very well known for its characters, and to a degree that stems from Final Fantasy IV, where they really put in where they really pushed characters a lot more than before. It is not as recognizable in the remakes, but Final Fantasy I, your characters are basically just different classes. So you have, I think it was 6 or 7 classes, out of which you choose 4. 2 did try to put in a little bit more differentiation of the characters, but Final Fantasy III went back to the job classes and really allowed the player to play around with the different job classes, allowing the player to switch left and right. no, not left and right, but freely switching the jobs, and really then digging into the mechanics of that, and giving a lot of options there that are not quite that then again need to obscure the characters, and thus the group might as well be a single protagonist, splitting himself into 4. That is again mitigated a lot in the remakes, but it is very present in the originals. And Final Fantasy IV was like, okay, classes are cool, but we need to do a little bit more here, and that is how we have very distinct characters. Each character very distinct class, playing very differently, and that then comes up into the possibility of making each of the characters very distinct, with distinct personalities, and that then onward remained a focus for the design team, saying that yes, we have these classes, that is very interesting and very important, but finally the characters are what brings the story forward, and that is what is then quite which then makes the subsequent games so nice, because you have these the characters that make the story. You see that in 5, 6, 7, 8, although 8, to be fair, is a little bit weird. 9, with a, in my opinion, fantastic cast. 6, 7, 9, and 10 would be my favorite, with actually 9 being on 3rd place for me. But that is, as so often, a personal opinion, and all the most Final Fantasy games are objectively really, really good. So sorting them comes down very much to personal preference more than anything else. And it is the mist form of this dragon that is especially dangerous. So, as already discussed now, it is, ouch, that is going to hurt. I can't interrupt that jump anymore. It is then later on they switch it and focus on the characters, the story of those characters, and really try to get the most out of all of that, availability of characters and story that can be woven with that a lot more than Western RPGs can, or CRPGs can. Why? Because if you do create your own character, that character is... You have already given agency to the player to dictate the character. So unless you go to the length that, for example, Dragon Age Origins did, there is little background to the characters. And thus... there is a limit on how much you can play around there, and even in Dragon Age Origins, there is less there than, for example, you can do in a Final Fantasy VII or a Final Fantasy IX. Although 7, I think, is still one of... Well, 10 also does play around a lot with backgrounds and stuff. And here we're tasked to come to this village by the king, and the ring he's given us has now led to the destruction of the village. My mom's dragon died, and because of that, my mom died too. What? I've heard of people with the power to call forth monsters, summoners they're called. Then we're responsible for killing her mother by killing the dragon. You killed my mom's dragon? We didn't know that would happen. So that was the king's plan, to annihilate every summoner in this village. I'm afraid it's true. I'm also afraid we're going to have to get rid of the girl. That's what the king would expect. It's her or us. But she's just a child. You intend to defy the king? I refuse to carry out any more slaughter in the king's name. I knew you'd say that. Don't worry, I'm on your side. You are? I owe the king so much, but I can't disgrace the dragoons. So you'll join me? Yes, but we'll need the support of other nations if we're to oppose the mightiest kingdom in the land. And we have to get Rosa out of Baron. Thank you, Kain. David, this isn't for your sake. This place is dangerous. We better get going. What about the girl? We can't leave her. We'll have to take her with us. It's all right. We won't hurt you, but you're going to have to come with us, okay? Come on, we have to go now. Okay, she absolutely doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't like us, unsurprisingly. Okay, I see why the king would want to get rid of the summoners. The girl is safe, but Kain is gone. And we are now cut off from back there. Okay, I am back to full health. That is going to be helpful. And here we get into a desert. We have a preemptive strike, but I don't think my darkness attack is enough to kill. It is. Okay, that is nice. That means that I'm still able to fight even larger groups myself, as long as they don't get too strong. That should get rid of the Sahagwin. At least, I'm not sure if I can get rid of the Centipede. That's a tougher opponent, fair enough. And also, there's a difference here style-wise. When we were playing Phantasy Star, anything was still deadly. It was a very unforgiving game with the starting character looking for to trying to survive, looking for companions to revenge her brother and save the land, the planets of the system. And it wasn't easy, it wasn't forgiving. You had to grind a lot early on. Resources are sparse, and we already see a shift away from here in that the beginning is not a given necessarily, but it is also not as deadly. To some degree it has to be. I currently don't know of a safe haven around here in the desert. Do I have a healing item? I do not. Okay. Okay, that got nasty though. Yes. And again, playing the Pixel Remaster, getting a little bit lucky here. Okay, there is an oasis I should have gone to. But yeah, no, even though here the character is a lot more capable and a lot less frail in the beginning. Afterwards, if you don't grind enough, it can absolutely become deadly, but it is much less from the beginning than, for example, Phantasy Star. So there is evolving there as well, and again, you can discuss it. For some games, maybe you absolutely want something very deadly, very dangerous, to force the player to take the world and its dangers more seriously. Here it is that you are already allowed to be a capable character by being a knight of Baron, and the danger is more in the beginning, very much you destroying this village, destroying but so yeah, the monsters are allowed attacking the other crystal and stealing it. Okay. I've really gotten lucky with those centipedes before. Another problem for sure is that darkness is also consuming my health. So trying to clear out large groups does have a drawback alone. Hey, a high potion. Despite everything, I do want to try and get to level 13 before going into the Oasis. And there we have... Okay, I'm not using darkness here. That would be absolutely an horrendous overkill. Well, let's go to the Oasis. It is the next destination. I should not overdo it. And he is immediately looking for an inn, since she knew, since the girl we found needs a rest. And we are allowed to rest free of charge, or she can rest free of charge due to the innkeeper. And the general has finally found us. I'm here on the king's orders. All summoners from Mist must be annihilated. But, I mean, we've done enough crappy things already. Questionable enough things, and being in an army is not always nice, and war is ugly, but this doesn't seem to be a very fair war. I already find it funny that fair enough, it has to do with memory limitations and so on, but if you take a look at the size difference between the player sprites and the enemy sprites here, that seems hardly fair. And we learn the girl's name. Her name is Rydia. And she now has joined the party. So tomorrow will be 2 people again. And we're all ready. If we want to rest now, 50 gil per night. No, actually, that is not what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. She's in the back, where she belongs. And here you see, level 1 character, level 13 character. We are a lot more capable. But she is going to be very, very frail, at least in the beginning. And she can only summon chocobos for now. But, or seriously, that is already very nice. We will want to buy a few things here. Namely, quite a few potions. If I use the right controls, that is going to be a lot easier. We'll be getting a few Phoenix Downs as well. And I'll have a quick look at some defensive equipment. Let's start with that for good Rydia here. I'm a little bit on the tight side, but I probably can sell something. Okay, wouldn't have needed to buy the leather cap. Let's have a quick check. Is not that the not that I misinterpreted that, and that is the equipment that she already has. It is the equipment she already has. Okay, cannot be sold, but I have a bit more here that I can sell. Let's have a look if I can't buy some offensive equipment for myself. Okay, that would not be for myself, but it does increase our overall combat capability by a little. And then you have people here. The castle up north is the Mycenaean castle. So maybe somebody we can ally ourselves with We found a girl from Baron lying unconscious just outside of town. He's been muttering Cecil over and over. And it's Rosa. And she is very sick. And so, yeah, as I said, as I think I already said, it's surprising to hear you say that you feel a little bit cold, but 63 and overcast. I can see how it would be cooler than normal. A rare jewel called the Sand Ruby, and we need to defeat an antlion for it. Guess what, where, or what Cecil is wanting to do? There's a water cave to the northeast with a lot of monsters. Thank you very much. And I fell deeply in love with someone, but her father, probably, Sage Kaipo or something, did not agree, so she has left. Although I haven't seen the Sage yet. Don't think it's him. Bloody itchy nose for a little bit here. Hopefully that's not going to go on for too long. Well, probably the other ones have then left as well. So let's have a look. Let's have two people have a look around the desert. What is nice is that Rydia can learn everything, apparently. Let's see how this works. Okay, that is just one of them. Goblins, though, they die very easily. And Rydia on level 2 has learned Blizzard. Very nice. A studious girl. Summons, I think, if I remember correctly, we do need to go fetch. Okay, these are anything but weak, and we don't have enough magic for Blizzard here. Ouch. Okay, that's bad. That absolutely killed this group down flat. Well, then you're just going to attack and... the Sahagwin should just die after a single darkness. Again, not great, but a double level up. She also learns Cure. Meaning that we'll be able to fight a little bit longer. Let's see how much she does heal already. Okay, not a ton. And... can you stop that? She's not getting any experience. Is a night at the inn enough to bring her back to her feet? Well, we'll try. Hop, hop, hop. Okay, that did look just fine. Okay, I hope she's not going to get harassed by those Hugwind too. Can you get someone your size, you? Yeah. But something I really, really appreciate here is the fact that it's more and more being able to focus on story as more yeah, as developers become more capable of creating larger games, a story needs space, unfortunately, even if it were only for the text. Fair enough, a few megabytes is all you need, but if you're starting out with 32 kilobytes, I think that a game can be, and you need to already start trickery for the NES to have anything larger than that. Yeah, having a huge story is going to be a huge limitation. Luckily, the Super Nintendo did allow for a lot more off the bat, and it is very visible in this being the introduction of Final Fantasy game onto the Super Nintendo. But I think you can see why I'm trying to come from. So whereas the PC with the early text adventures and then adventures focused on just being able to tell a story, no matter how and what limited the format, a text adventure not being very much different from a choose your own adventure book, although you do not have to go turn all the pages all the time, so there is that. In Japan, they always tried to do more. They always wanted to have some mechanics. Okay, fair enough. Yes, I know that VNs are a thing, and they are technically also games, but they have, except for the graphics shown, changed very little, since they had very little need of ever changing. And yes, they can be used to tell some fantastic stories, and I do mean it. They have some of the best stories, I think, ever, but it is not. Oh, I just realized I have never been up here. It is not quite the same as a as the JRPGs are, and as such, yeah, I do maintain that JRPGs are the Japanese storytelling device, and also because in the West, where very quickly, I want to say, I can do damage to all enemies. I hate osmosis here. Stealing MP from Rydia. Yeah, so due to that focus onto storytelling in these games, it comes to the fact, it comes to a head that every JRPG is going to try to tell you a more or less linear story. Some stories you can play some chapters in different orders. I'm not sure how many would agree with me there, but for example, Pokemon Gold and Silver, some of the moments you can play in a different order. So, what is it? 5, 6, and 7. Patches 5, 6, and 7 you can do in any order, which is partially why the mid-game of that game is so bad. But being a JRPG as well, telling a more or less linear story, some of the chapters can be still enjoyed in any order, and that is absolutely okay. What I do think is interesting to note as a contrast is that in the West, allowing you to make and be your own character was always seen as quite important, and as such, it naturally moved apart a little bit on what an RPG is, and then Japan becoming the quote-unquote storytelling RPG capital more than the West. I do love the Elder Scrolls games. I do love Fallout, and there is a backstory, but and there is a story, but there is going to be more of a difference in every playthrough in that game in particular, rather than differences here. No, that is actually not what I cannot escape. Okay, then I need to keep attacking. And I'll need to cure them to death, I'm guessing. Yeah, due to the nature of these things, I'm really not doing a lot of damage. Okay, we're finally starting to whittle them down. She's going to be healing herself up a little bit. Okay, not terrible, but we're getting out of here. completely unsure. I'm not sure if that is the way I need to go. They're defeatable, but I can't do them any damage. I can't do them any real damage. These enemies are just stealing all of my MP here. But luckily they give me enough money to be able to afford a night at the inn. As long as they do that, I'll be happy. So yeah, I think I've gone through, I've gone through basically everything that I felt that I wanted to go through here. It is a very... No, I am really happy that that people had different different focus and different priorities, because yeah, fair enough, it is an instantly a JRPG is pretty much instantly recognizable. There are moments to everything, and it's quite differentiated from anything from the West, but that is, I think, a part of what makes this so nice. Fair enough, I absolutely wished we had gotten more early JRPGs over to the West, not only translated into English. Back in the day, I was not a fluent English speaker or reader. That came probably later in my life than a lot of people expect. But this game, for example, I would have not been able to play until 14, 15. Just because I did not have enough... because my English knowledge would not have been sufficient. But then afterwards, also because, well, it is quite pushed then in school, you learn quickly and you advance quickly. Okay, I'm actually really happy for a preemptive strike here. That should mean that I can kill all of them before they can do anything. And she very quickly becomes a very capable healer. And yeah, I am quite happy indeed for these. Okay, she's blind. I probably need to cure that out of combat as well. Oh, okay. Still quite a lot to explore, but that is not exactly what I was looking for. I have some eye drops, but I do want to buy a few more in this case, I guess. And we're again getting towards the top of the hour. But yeah, I hope it is pretty clear that even here in the That's actually a little bit more than I thought it. It's actually 4 years between Final Fantasy IV and Phantasy Star 1. You see how much better the story that the game is trying to tell can actually now be told. It is not necessarily mechanically more complex, because the mechanics and the math could always be done rather quickly, but it is also much more complex in the ideas. I haven't shown the very beginning, but the very beginning is very much a... You go fetch that crystal, you have a few fights that you very easily win on an airship. You get reprimanded by the king for whatever reason. You did what you absolutely did what he wanted you to do. Although you did have reservations and spoke out against the brutality with which that was done, and feeling like maybe that is not what knights should be for. And again, absolutely not a very much longer intro. You're needing a lot more hardware capability, which the Mega Drive didn't have, but then came in on later. And we cannot forget, and I think that is fair, that progress, technical progress will, especially here in the beginning, result in drastically different base conditions that then later on can be transferred on, so to say. Which makes for vastly different starting conditions for the stories that you can tell. And yeah, we will be seeing more of that in the days to come, and I already did foreshadow some of that. But as I said, and Final Fantasy IX is indeed going to be... I'll be playing that next Monday in its appropriate slot from... when? From 20 to 21 o'clock Central European Summertime, which would be about 12, 1, from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock Central European Summertime. No, not from 2 o'clock, from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. That is what I should have said. No, actually, I'll take the small world map. So, quick save and quit, and I'll be going... into the dinner break for today. It's already been 7 hours? Yeah, a bit more than 7 hours stream time already. So I'll be taking about an hour's break. And I'll have some trailers run and have some other stuff run during that break. a small recap. So we have seen and revisited a few genres. Again, I cannot show every example of every genre, so I do have to make a selection. And we see how they have been able to be done on their respective platforms, or how they have evolved. I think the most striking one would be the adventures, where yesterday, going through Space Quest, it didn't seem like it, but it is a very deadly game. It kills you very quickly. If you don't know what you're doing, it's going to feel impossible. How are you going to call that? I had a few mistakes when I called it a closet, but it should have been a locker. You do need to be able to type all the verbs you need. The hold breath part, if you just dive, then you're going to suffocate, so you do need to hold your breath before diving. Yeah. Again, shows how far adventure games have come. Hold breath, dive. Couldn't it be implied that if you're diving, you're going to hold your breath? So yeah, there's been quite a lot of evolution. We're not quite as clear on the evolution for the platformers yet, because I showcased a PC platformer which had a different development history than any of the console platformers, but I'm pretty sure you do know Super Mario World for the Super Nintendo. That is about the era we're speaking on the console side, but I do want to balance consoles and PC as much as possible, due to the fact that while there are different strands until 2001, thereabouts, 2001, 2002, where the overlap becomes a lot stronger, it is important for some of the things later on to understand that split, but also how those different strands then individually evolved, which is not always the most clear, of course. So, but all of that being said, I'll be going into my break. I'll make myself some dinner and be back in about an hour's time. So I do thank you very much for your patience during that. And I'll be very quickly setting up the first one, which is my rant from Monday evening, where I started a big rant because of how good I find that game, and how poorly a modern equivalent treated that same history. You'll also be able to find this video on YouTube. It is on my YouTube channel, has been up since Monday. Immediately after stream, I did put this together there. And I hope you're going to you're going to have a nice break, hopefully, as well. I'll be back in about an hour, and thank you very much for your patience with the ads that are going to be needlessly running during that time, since I'm not streaming and you're not watching anything of value. So yeah, I can understand if that feels a little bit needless, but I have to let them run and I don't want to break the stream, so I'll be taking a break. And again, thank you everybody. Thank you very much for being here, for watching. I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you enjoy the discussion. I hope if you have anything you want to say, bring it up. I'll be going through everything that you bring up during the break. I'll be going through that. And after the break, we'll be starting with A Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. So thank you very much and see you after the break. First off, this game. It is wonderfully ambitious. When I found it, I could not believe the effort that must have gone into this. Is any single one of the aspects outstanding? No. I think they are all good and they do what they need to do well, but none of them are outstanding. The strategy part, there are especially later better games. At this time, what do we have from early strategy games? Not too much. So it is, yeah, fair enough compared to what comes later. Simple, but it is perfectly functional. It does get the idea across. It makes use of terrain. It makes what it is so well thought out. They've, as I said, they've given attention to terrain. They've given attention to when you're fighting a large group alone, how what the ground you're standing on, how that affects it. Is it in and of itself, it is a fantastic game. None of the parts manage to measure up to what they managed to create all together at the end. At the end, it is so much more if if you allow it to be. No. Yes and no. If you take it if you take it as a product of its time, it is outstanding. I'm surprised I haven't heard of this. Is so much more if if you allow it to be. No. Yes and no. If you take it if you take it as a product of its time, it is outstanding. I'm surprised I haven't heard of this before. But even today, I do think it holds up. Yes, there are games that do all of the individual components better. If you want to have the strategic aspect, Total War, Shogun 2, fantastic game. If you want sword combat, probably go with something it's not samurai sword combat. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has a very good sword combat. Something like Half Sword is terrific as well. And if you want the group combat, something, who would I say I was? What was important to the people, how like, oh, bloody hell, I'm forgetting the name. Fair enough. That is from a different perspective. If I can find the name. Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior is, in that regard, or Shadow Warrior Classic in that regard, is that, but done differently and done in my opinion, better, especially Shadow Warrior. The new ones feature some fantastic power fantasy swordplay, which what the bandit defense and so is. As a single man, you are completely overrunning your opponents there, and it is fantastic. The attention to detail also for this game that they put in for the culture, for how what was important to the people, how dishonorable acts were viewed, that being and acting honorable is very important, that being a good warrior, being a good general was important, to be mindful of the people. So I have, let me make sure. I think I had saved it here. Yeah. So if you raise the rice tax, they grumble, you deliver stern message, but they can revolt, and they will revolt if you treat them badly enough. It is this is what I want to see more of, even now. Sitting down, like Ghost of Tsushima is also a very good example. Fair enough, it is much more focused on singular combat and on storytelling than on being but a part and trying to advance and become daimyo and shogun. It takes something, and yeah, it's really, it's I don't think, from my perspective, it's only trying to respect the source material. It is respecting the source material. They the studio and the developers they apologize that they couldn't include all of the different aspects of the religion, of everything that they researched it, they looked into it. Is there something there, or is it just no? It was important to them, and so important that they apologize. Hats off to these developers. They took something and they really made something, and you can feel in so many small aspects of the game that this was a passion project. And I really would want to see something like this done again. Yes, by the same devs with the same love, but I'm not sure that how many of them are still alive, how many of them are still working. It is, after all, a game from 1989. So it is almost 40 years old. This game is almost 40 years old, and it does so many things. It does them well, and it puts it together in such a spectacular package that really, you know that it required a lot of research, and they just went with it. They just were like, no, this is something we are going to be respectful, and we are going to be really doing it. Yeah. And if you compare this to as you brought up, Chaos, to Assassin's Creed, what was the name again? The last Assassin's Creed. It is graphically no contest. Assassin's Creed looks better. It plays better. That is debatable, with how bad some of how bad the two characters feel, with how bad they maneuver. I might actually make the argument, this might be playing better than Assassin's Creed. It really slipped my mind. Not Shadows. Is it Shadows? My brain wants to say it is Shadow. Okay. I was rejecting that because I was thinking Shadow Warriors, but yeah. But where Assassin's Creed Shadows doesn't even can hope to come close is with the passion and dedication the devs here took to try and represent that time period accurately and to represent the culture accurately. And there is one thing. I'm not sure. I am not sure. And okay, I can't see it here. Do we have the... Okay, I'll be quickly starting a new game because I think that in and of itself already means a lot. Let me quickly go through here. Kanji, yeah, fair, but if we come here, you see the family seals of the ruling samurai families of those eras, of those areas. So Assassin's Creed Shadows used the symbol of the Emperor. I'm not sure if that is in here, actually. It might not be. Maybe. It's close, but they have these family crests. And while I cannot be certain, with the respect that the devs have already shown for Japan, this is the official Tokugawa crest. This is in the top, the game's reproduction of it. Is it perfect? No, it can't be perfect. This is 300 and 322, 140 pixels, something like that. It's at best it's 640 to 480. I mean, but they tried, and they have the crest of every family around. It is an amazing attention to detail, and I am pretty sure they asked for permission, and they were given it due to the quality of their works.
just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. Once I get in and I put it in try, ain't no more stopping me, don't even try. Controlling the chaos, controlling the vibe, yeah. That's all the shots that you don't say. You'll never be heard if you don't say. Just gotta get out your own way. You can't learn to fly anymore if you don't let go. Step out of the shadows, into the fire. Don't be afraid to go out on a wire. Live in the moment, turn it up louder. This is what you're made for. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be fearless. You just gotta be.
Do you remember we had dignity, sanity, a world to trust instead of biting fingers till they bleed? Do you find joy in all your shallow hell of empty noise? Our world is burning, but they'll keep on selling broken toys. Whoa, this can't be it, this can't be it now. Whoa, this can't be it, this can't be it now. Forget that we had empathy, clarity. Now every truth is drowned beneath the sea of vanity. Do you feel proud up in your tower built on fear and doubt? The sky is falling, they just smile, never call it out. Whoa, this can't be it, this can't be it now. Whoa, this can't be it, this can't be it now.
It is not only running on VGA anymore, it's running on SVGA. There's still a plenty of use of dithering and all of that, but it is a quite different game from the looks and feel. They managed to increase the size of the sprites. They're not Nintendo, so you can keep the pogo stick. The idea is basic. Stun gun already. Although it's a waste should I die again. Which does not seem to be too unlikely. Let's try it. No. Let's have a look about Crystallis. Okay, I got him. Bloody poop distributors here.
Huh, it fits.
Now you have to...
Hey, you don't have to spoon feed me. I'll manage the rest.
If you say so. Rufus, there's one more thing.
I told you I'd manage without your help. Now, all I have to do is press this button here, and right away...
Oh, how I love tutorials!
Another note from Tony. What's she complaining about now? Will you please clean the bathroom for once? Yeah, right, in her dreams. Whoa! What the toothbrush bailed out on me. Guess I should have kept it in a more germ-free environment. Bridger, we're happy to inform you, blah, blah, blah. Get to the point, will ya? Unfortunately, the delivery of your screws will be delayed for... Please find enclosed a voucher for a pack of rivets. We apologize for any inconvenience this might have caused. Sincerely yours. Just a second. Screws?
Welcome to the UAC. Now, 21 accident-free days.
setting.
Aircraft arrived about Zone 2.
Commence air raid.
The enemies are smashed to pieces!
Attack successful. Commence air raid in Zone 4.
EDF! EDF! My bullet hit it!
This is Scout! Many enemies in Zone 5! It's an incredible number!
A wound like this! Don't push it!
いつもの魔法をかけてあげる。気休めくらいにはなるでしょ。この世に初めて生まれた魔法は音楽なのよ。どう？乗ってきたでしょ。
己自身に命じなさい。内なる英雄の姿に変われと。己の心にと。
せてくれ。押し切った。このまままとめるぞ。加減はしない。付き合えろ。あと一つ。次もよろしくな。やれるようになってきたのかな。
これで片付いたみたいね。
待て。
Is at last drawing to a close, Major. Your actions on this day will determine whether or not the UEF prevails against its enemies.
The Aeon army is closing in on all fronts, and Cybran's sleeper cells here on Earth have become active, inciting riots across the entire planet. It's getting ugly, and it's gonna get worse. Black Sun facility is located here on the island of Niihau in the Hawaiian chain. Your job is simple. You will protect Black Sun during the final stages of its completion. Once it is operational, you will fire it.
We are quickly losing ground, but if you can fire Black Sun, our losses will have been worth it. The Aeon Illuminate is begging for peace, and I've already spoken to Brackman. We'll need damage and readiness assessments ASAP.
Yes, sir.
We did it, General.
No, sir. He did.
You have accomplished your objective. Perhaps you will make a fitting sword of the way. Ryza out. I am engaging an experienced UEF commander to the north.
Colonel! I need help!
I saw an ACU explode. I'm pleased it wasn't you. Ryza out.
what I say I was. You're the gourmet king. Oh, you didn't have to say that. I'm generally shy. Want some of my egg? I ate part of it, but it's still okay. He is very happy indeed to part with food. Oh no, I'd better start eating it before the noodle texture goes to hell. Okay, no more talking. By the way, waiter, I want to save the soup in that bowl you took. Get me a takeout.
There are 3 enemies. Be careful. Good choice.
Now's our
the
chance.
enemy is down. The enemy is down. Here's our chance for an all-out attack.
Junpei said there's no point in doing homework. What an idiot, he's only making things worse for himself. Homework is insignificant compared to Tartarus. We must unlock our hidden potential to defeat the evil shadows. Yes, we have an important mission. I think homework is also an important mission. Yeah, and I'm sure Senpai would agree.
There's someone up.
Damn, I was handsome back in the day. Here's a little trick so you don't lose hope in the future. Just don't expect nothing. Simple, eh? And that way, you won't ever be disappointed. You're gonna lose your hair eventually, kid, so why bother with it now? Bald is beautiful. You just wake up in the morning and go, no fuss. I can even give you the money. I can even give you money for the shave.
A rare form! Destroy it! If you get into trouble, run! The
Elizabeth climbed inside the jungle gym.
I can't get out.
You suggested that Elizabeth try the horizontal bar. Elizabeth climbed the horizontal bar and stood on it.
Oh, this is so hard to balance on.
We have
Watch out! There are 4 enemies. That's the way!
The enemy's down. Let's finish. You'll fall by my hand.
for perhaps consumers who would be persuaded by someone so forthright. We could position you as the boy next door. I think feta is in the middle, being more of a consistency when done like tofu, like the silken tofu. President Tanaka.
There are 3 of them! Strike first! Keep it up! Nice! There are 3 enemies left!
still alive.
I've been dying to read this. This is a collection of illustrations from the shoujo manga I read. It even has short stories inside. I would have never expected this to be here. Maybe the shop owner made a mistake. We have all 3 volumes. This is amazing. Each volume is 6,000 yen, so that means 18,000 yen total. What should I do?
There's one enemy! Attack! Good choice. The enemy is chance for an all-out attack. Let me at him. Only one enemy left.
Attention, Gun 13 Raven. This military operation is approved by Balaam HQ. Liberation Front took action regarding the Arquebus-controlled wall. But ultimately, both parties were suppressed by the Planetary Closure Administration. Their loss is our gain. There won't be a better opportunity for Balaam to steal the show. We want you to head to the combat zone and eliminate the enforcement. It won't matter once you're dead. Minister Rubicon. No wonder Father fears you.
Enemy system silent. HC enforcement craft destroyed.
Hello, welcome back. It's been an hour and I am back now. Thank you everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. So, yeah. Next step here on our discussion and journey, and I am coming back to another, well, to a game I'm coming now to a game that we have already seen another one in this series from. But I do think that this one is still absolutely worth bringing up because it does allow us quite directly to make comparisons and to see how it has evolved over the course of actually quite a long time. This is, for now, I think the longest gap we had between games. Let me just have a look. Yeah, so 68 to 5.5 years are between these the two games and the two entrances that we have seen so far. So there we go. I think it is already pretty clear to everybody who knows the game what it is, and it was already indicated also on the schedule, of course. And it is Zelda: A Link to the Past. Okay, so we saw Zelda last time, the original. So one thing that immediately becomes pretty clear is that there has been a big change in the graphical style. This is much more nicely detailed and yeah, actually also a really nice map here. And there we are seeing where we have to go. So, having made ourselves aware where we have to go to, we can... Well, I'm not sure if I should feel pity for the guards or not. To a degree, yeah, they're only doing their job. Oh, I haven't gotten the arrows. Not that I'm currently in very much need for arrows. I do not have a bow yet. But to a certain degree, it would have been already very nice to be able to get them already. And while crossing the bridge was correct, I came up here towards the north far too early. And of course, I'm not going to be paying attention at all, am I? I do want to start from my house because despite everything, it is closer to where I want to go. And slash need to go. So, the Hyrule is already a lot more... So it is more detailed. There are houses about, there are people about. It is not... people have not withdrawn themselves to live purely in cages. And there is still a functioning kingdom. There's the princess. She's... we're not going to meet her towards the very end of the game. Actually, we have already met and rescued her. Whether she is going to be whether she's going to stay rescued, I think that's a different question. But we did find her and we did rescue her. So those are maybe more stylistic changes to better be able to tell the story of a land that is getting gripped in... that is starting to be gripped by a dark magician trying to raise an evil power back up, probably for selfish needs, but well, it's an evil power. What else would you want to have an evil power for, if not for evil things? But so yeah, there's quite a difference there. And So I have found the village elder. Let us put a bomb there. That was a very clear sign. Get some more bombs. Probably overkill. I'm not sure we can carry more than 10 bombs at the moment. And that package looked like a few more than just 10. And we now know a few more things. We have a green amulet, we have a blue amulet, we have a red amulet, and we have a blinking sword. And the Elder has asked us to please fetch the amulet out of the nearby temple in order to, as a test, if we are worthy of the story or not. In the meantime, we'll be making a little bit more money. We'll be getting some arrows here. And this very nice music is just accompanying us all the way over. So, another thing that is already very evident is that our actions have become a bit more complex. We already have quite a few items, quite a few more items than we had in the first one. Instead of needing to defeat a dungeon to be able to shed some light, we were already given it. We were already given the light quite early on. So yeah, there's probably more to follow, and as I have played the game, yes, there is a lot more. There's actually quite a bit more than in the original Zelda, even though no, not even though. So, for example, the fact that you can swim without... No, you can't swim without the... Sorry, I've said something silly there. No, you cannot swim without anything special, if I remember correctly. I do need them, but they're a passive item, so I guess the first idea that came to me was actually absolutely wrong. But for example, we do not need a ladder anymore to cross the streams. Okay, fair enough. It has been replaced by swimming. We have we'll be finding flippers instead of a raft. All of that is fair, but I also there's also going to be a few other items that are not available to us, and that are not available to us in the original. And there is also going to be an increased complexity in the puzzles and the bosses. No more repeated bosses. No more. No more bringing your keys over from one dungeon to another. And there's some smaller items that never felt like they had an especially large import, but I think while yeah, okay, then there's smaller things like the fact that you can do more than just Then going into a cave and people have a line to say. There is actually quite a bit more now. There is also the fact that there will be, as the game goes on, there will be changes. Not that I really can really show them, but if you haven't played the game, trust me, there are changes going on as the game goes on, mainly going that as you progress through the games, there are events that are going to be happening that will have an impact on the world, and those changes will be reflected in what the people have to say for themselves, and also in some other ways in how some places look as well, and the enemies that you can and will encounter throughout those areas. I am bombing something that absolutely is not connected to anything. But I am not giving any risk placement bombs. Oh well. Ouch, that is... I am not going to apologize for finding that slightly rude. Just being there when I come out, no way to avoid it, is and was, in my opinion, slightly rude of those enemies. I don't mind finding Hello. Come on, open up again. Not going to be the hardest foe to defeat, even if I need to hit you 100 times. Okay, there we have the big key. Able to open things that small keys can't. And that leads us back into this large room. And we're probably getting a bow here. Yes. I don't have much life left. Are you waking up? Damn it. I hope that I can respawn at the beginning of the dungeon. Okay, that did work. Okay, well, the arrow sticks. That is not a monster, and as such, not susceptible to take damage. Come on. Let's have a look. Straight, actually, if possible, would be the fastest way. can get up here. But getting up there is not sufficient. Puff, puff. There we go. And yeah. Also from a gameplay perspective, I am suffering a lot less than I was suffering in the original Legend of Zelda. I think a large reason for that is that the gameplay is more precise, if that makes any sense. Come on. Are you... Yes, you can be awoken. Are you awakenable? Turns out that yes, they are. Not all of them are as kind to drop me some arrows as the first one. The one problem I personally have is the item menuing. It is not too bad, especially not compared to some other Zeldas, but it is still less than it could be. On the other hand, though, you do sometimes just need to take to use what you have, and I'm not blaming. And I'm not blaming the developers really for not being able to do and take the lessons on board that later teams have learned. That is pretty rude, I think. I'm sorry about that. So, again, very exploration focused, but also a lot more story focused, which I personally don't think is a bad thing. Mainly enabled through the better hardware and larger game sizes. That was unfortunate. Come on. Okay, that one needed 2 arrows. That is one of them down. That is the other one of them down. Okay, that's probably a lot of arrows and hearts. Something else is something new as well that I forgot to mention until now. These are not going to be surviving for a huge amount of time. And that's it for this boss actually already. to a degree, much easier than the boss in the first Zelda, which I was struggling a little bit with. And I have found the Pendant of Courage. And as you see, there are now the guards here. Which before they were not. I do hope that the Elder is fine. If it turns now out that he isn't, then we're going to have a little bit of a problem. Well, we know that we need the 3 pendants, but that is it. Luckily, he is fine. Oh, you got the Pendant of Courage. Now I will tell you more about the legend. Of the legend. 3 or 4 generations ago, an order of knights protected the royalty of the Hylia. These Knights of Hyrule were also guardians of the Pendant of Courage. Unfortunately, most of them were destroyed in the Great War against evil that took place when the 7 wise men created their seal. Among the descendants of the King of Hyrule, a hero must appear. I see. Desdar, I believe in you. You should get the remaining pendants and carry this with you. This is a treasure passed down by the families of the wise men. I want you to have it. Ah, the Pegasus shoes. A helpful item is hidden in the cave on the east side of Lake Hylia. Go get it. Do we have... Okay, not inside. We can't be looking at the map inside. Let's have a look. Is it... So there's a cave, probably that cave, probably the cave there. That contains a useful item. Let us go fetch it. I don't mind them coming to life, but I do mind them evading my arrows like that. No. Can I get down? I need to get down from the plateau. Which is in and of itself not too much of a bother. Come on, wake up. I still cannot lift any heavy objects. And the Pegasus boots only run straight ahead. So, yeah, definitely the game has become more forgiving, which is an aspect that I did also want to touch on with this game in particular. As I said in the very beginning, and the arcade games were very unrelenting because they needed to make money, and well, money meant if you wanted to make money, then you had to get the dimes or the quarters from the players, and that meant that a game could not end, needed to end rather quickly, and for that it needed to be rather hard but for the most successful arcade games, it also meant that they needed to have a high skill ceiling, allowing some people to really be able to get their teeth in and really become good at it. And I was speculating then, because I'm not personally of the arcade generation really, but one of my guesses is that if you had good people, that they were, to a degree at least, the like poster signs for your arcade being like, look, it's not that hard, and if you can't do it, then you're not good enough, rather than going back to some of those harder games being like, well, going to those harder games, that they are unfairly hard. If you had somebody who was really good, then he'd be showcasing that, and as such, it would feel like, okay, that is what can be done, and thus incite other people to come in and try, because, well, if he can do that, so can I. Again, that is more of a guess than anything else. I do have an empty bottle. Let's get a little bit of medicine. And there is a slightly weird hut. Indeed, a poor man who is not interested in the future. Okay, are we at... Okay, we are down... We went down that shore, which is... So we were correct about this being... Oh, I was correct about this being the shore of Lake Helia. Unfortunately, this is not the path that will lead us around... that will allow us to go around the lake and find that cave the Elder was talking about. And that is also something... something slightly different. While you had some hidden quests and items to get better swords and the such, it was not... You didn't have people asking for you to explain to you that these things can exist. And due to it not being as heavily grid-based anymore, it feels a lot better. Fighting, it is, in my opinion, more predictable. And step for step, we're taking a small trek around the... Come on. around the lake, and here is a cave on the eastern side of it. Okay. That looked like a mine. Turns out it was a mine, and I should have respected it as such. And there is an additional hole to open up here. Let's see, what do we have in here? Ah, the actually useful item. Yeah, of course. The plum. I think I've gotten the item I need. Now to decide which way next. Some more guards, then not really getting paid very well. Thank you very much. I do want your ruby, even if it is but a single ruby. And here we have the... where are we at on the map? Do we need to go in there? It feels like yes. But we can't lift that yet, so... So, where to next? How do we get to the top there? I have an idea. Here we're back in the village or city, depending. He took us for a little bit of a spin. And he was angry with his brother. What is the goal, though? Where is the goal? There is the goal. Okay, no way that is 15 seconds. Okay. That was not good enough. Okay, we can redo this little race, and I think we will. Now that I know where the goal is, it is much easier to get to it quickly. And having a piece of heart is, I don't think, a bad idea. Then we go past here, we run this line over, and that should be good enough. 11 seconds. And there we have our piece of heart. No. There we go. Okay, that is not quite correct. We have a library here. Let's knock this book off. We found the Book of Mudora, and we can now read the ancient Hyrule script. One letter at a time, of course. There is no need to read anything faster. But if you cannot read a language, yeah, that would definitely be an upgrade to anything that you had before. We're still being wanted here. Correct. This is the way I want to go. Although I could have restarted at the sanctuary then. That's another soothsayer, or fortune teller, I think, rather. I can now run these things over. Can't lift anything heavy yet. Can we go north here? To where does this lead? Do not enter Death Mountain without the king's permission. Yodestar, a mysterious fog has fallen over the forest and they have to be careful. I mean, then please be careful. Although now that I have a question. What happens if I light their fire? Nothing, it cannot be lit. Or at least not with a lantern. There was another mine placed there. And that is unfortunate. There is a piece of heart there. But probably unreachable. At least not yet reachable. And there is indeed a fog here. No, this can't be it. Too bad. Well, that was 200 rubies profit. I mean, he was very generous. Not that that is what he wanted to see, but maybe it was. Maybe he did want to give me a roundabout present. That guard, though, was not great. Only a single bomb. I wanted some health, if possible, guys. Unfortunately, that was not to be given to me. And there's another bloody bomb there. But I found a hidden entrance. And another piece of heart. Why not? Here is the sanctuary. Here we can already talk to Zelda. Go seek the pendants. Okay. In a way, I have to get to Death Mountain. Okay, give me a second. Save and quit. We'll be doing some teleporting. There may have been another better path to the desert that I personally have ignored. And yeah, exactly. That would be going exactly down here. Hop. Whatever is around there, I need a hammer for. There's another heavy block over there. Though, would any of these entrances be accessible to us? Well, maybe. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Well, excuse me when you're standing there like that. I'm already going to assume that you're going to want to give something to me. Poof, poof, poof. A zone of death, and if I see that correctly, I have to get up here and come over here. Okay, I do need to equip the book. To open the way to go forward, make your wish here and it shall be granted. So, very nice that I did go fetch that book, and now I can enter here into another place. It looks very sandy. I do hope to get something bracelet-y here. Swip, swip, swip. Swipe, swipe, swipe. That is a dead fire spitting fully towards you insect thing, but it is now dead. Okay, let's move on and actually go back outside. Yes, this is a little bit of a funny dungeon. No, that is an exit. If I jump down there, I need to go all the way back to the main entrance. Plop, plop, plop. Swip, swip, swip. And on we go. Okay, there is something else here as well. Working on something, I don't know exactly what. Okay, the door is back open, but for the rest that looked very much like a dead end. Why lock somebody into a dead end? If I light the fires, they're going to be waking up? No, they seem to be waking up regardless. Just by me getting close. Okay, we did get a map. And there are 3 floors here. From what I'm seeing on the map, I do have to go take a look at the west side of the dungeon. That was actually really nice. Well, maybe if possible we should be starting at the bottom. Okay, exit. No. Okay, I have a little bit more space to explore around here. While finding a piece of heart, I mean... Ouch, 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 ouch. Okay, and that makes it pretty clear what I ought to be finding in the dungeon. Can you maybe hit the one that is standing inside of you? But then, to be fair, there is already... we're coming already up onto the top of the hour again. Damn. Time flies. Okay, so a few things I want to go through So, in a direct one-to-one comparison, the idea of the gameplay is still the same. The world has expanded. The amount of people has expanded. The events have become more complex and more impactful, rather than before it being a more or less, well, it being a static world that you explore until you have all of the pieces of the Triforce, and then you defeat Ganondorf and free the land from his yoke. This is considerably more in flux. Evil has been banished, and whether it's going to be able to come back depends now on us, but also on the but also on a few other things. And you do need to keep in mind that this is yeah, it's going to be in flux. There are going to be changes, and the reaction of the people to you are going to change, and so on. So there's a considerably higher complexity there. But just looking at the simple, basic premise of the gameplay, it is still the same as it had been. As it had been in the first Legend of Zelda. Instead, I think the important aspect here is a technical one. Technology advanced and allowed for a more complex game, better looking game, more detailed. The gameplay has been improved by the fact that we are not bound to this 8x8 tile system anymore, which, if you're not used to it, leads to some weirdness with hit detection, simply due to the fact that everything it's in these it's going to be calculated in these 8x8 boxes. This is a more refined version of what we had, but also considerably added on as the abilities of the technology allowed. And this is what I would hope would be how it goes. You have a concept, you refine it. I am not a fan of drastically reinventing gameplay of a series. The jump to 3D is one thing, but if we will be as we do I have it on the list? Yeah, I do have it on the list. As we're going to be seeing with Ocarina of Time, making the jump to 3D, they didn't change the underlying gameplay concept. You still had the dungeons, you still had the items. It wasn't quite... They changed the items, they changed... they doubled up on some of the concepts. You had a sling, you have the bow. We'll be seeing some of it, but the core concept remained. And that is what I would hope to see a bit more often, especially nowadays. Yeah, so that was A Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. I'll be seeing you again in in a few minutes. I'll be taking a quick break, and I'll be seeing you back on top of the hour. Thank you very much for your patience during the break and during the ads that will be running during the break. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody, to Ultima 7 Blackgate. Another Western RPG, but with an important twist. So yeah, there's some stuff going on. Ultima 7, the Black Gate. Come on. There we go. Start a new game. I do have a few choices here. I'll be naming myself. That is an E indeed, but I can also be female. Much like before in the Champions of Krynn, where you had the choice between male and female characters. But this time you're only a single character. And here we arrive. And he is quite surprised that we are here. If only the Avatar was here. So I am, in this world, the Avatar. So in this world, 200 years have gone by since we last met. And I have not aged by quite as much, so not even as much time has passed. And so all is not right. Perhaps Lord British will know more. And yeah, we have the mayor coming up. And we're getting proclaimed as the Avatar, and we're getting introduced to Finnegan, the town mayor. And he looks sure, I'm not sure, he doesn't look sure if he should believe Dolo or not. But Dolo swears that we are the Avatar. A horrible murder has occurred. Perhaps we can help to solve it. Do we accept the quest of finding this killer? I discovered Per Christopher and the Gargoyle Dynamo early this morning. Well, I didn't have yet the chance to search the stables. Hello? Okay. We're moving, but we're moving rather slowly. There are a few things here. There's, for example, a table. I'm not sure if I can actually how to interact with it at the moment. Okay, we're carrying 7 out of 36. Okay, that's the weight, actually, then, yeah. And there is the golem, or the enemy. wall. Okay, there we go. We can double click. We can double click stuff. No, never mind. Okay, maybe coming over here. Ugly, is it not? Buy, not leave, is what I needed to click here. Come on. Yeah, it looks grisly. Come on. So yeah, we have a murder mystery here, and we had something we actually could pick up. Not that I'm quite clear what that was. And there are some more. I discovered per Christopher Namo earlier this morning. The Namo is Christopher and the horse, probably. He made shoes for mine horses. He's a stable's caretaker. No, thank you. Not currently. Your name is Petra. Okay. That's water. Is there anything of import in the bag? Yes. 3 gold coins. Okay. Zarishon, yes indeed. It is 7. Come on, open the backpack, please. And then should be able to bring things from one to the other. I'll be taking all of that. That's a one here. I'm not sure if they can. Okay, they don't go together, not exactly. What do we have there? Okay, this we know is nothing on the table I can pick up. So, why did I choose to showcase Ultima 7? Well, I am quite I do quite enjoy the series myself, but more than that, it does show a transition of sorts here to a different no, actually to a more modern style, actually. That would be the correct way to put it. The early styles of RPGs are very much keyboard focused to a large degree. Yes, fair enough. Okay, why did you go black? That is not what I wanted. That's not what should have happened. So there is actually for me interesting fact. Okay, I do need to close you. But I didn't want to take a look in the box. I wanted to take a look in the bag. There we go. Those seem to be tools, and that is seems like try those. Oh, there's our lockpicks. Come on. Okay. No, absolutely not. Okay, that's the save menu. One of these again, and a sextant, and come on. And a gold bar. Shall I be bringing the gold bar along? Oh, let's have a look at something. Okay, that's not quite. There should be an easier way to get to my inventory than clicking through like this. I'm very happy I have a bag, but again, I wish there was an easier way to getting to the bag. And for some reason he doesn't want to do that. No, I cannot until I close the bag. That's it. Yeah, let yourself be closed. What do we have there? You are... Come on. A scroll. Anything written on you? Oh, okay. This is just ship deeds. Anything useful here? Come on. A potion. Okay, looks like I can't. I need to go into the backpack every time I want to do something and then close them up again. Okay, that's fair. I had for half a moment that I felt like there was something else, and then probably if I do... If I do it like this... It should now tell me key. Come on. That is my inventory. If you don't hit the check mark quite right, it is... There we go. Hello, can I... Can I not... Okay. Can I... Okay. Why too heavy? Come on. Come on, come on. Can I... I believe, yes, the victim is too heavy. That is fair. But if I get the key... That's victim. There we have the key. And then I can drop it onto myself to get it into my backpack. There's the key. Okay, okay. This is but a key. What is this? That's a bucket. Let's put that away as well. That's a horseshoe. and I can bring it along. Okay. Okay, I remember. Then we have this one, which is not clear at the moment. Gargoyle Jewelry. We can also bring along...
You
oh, he
admit
is not
not
too
do
heavy.
that, Avatar.
Okay, no idea why he's accepting the body over there rather than anywhere else. And we are now on the ramparts. A possible way our suspect has escaped. In one corner of the city it's rainy, and in another corner it is not. I'm going to have a look. Can I talk to you? Okay, no. So getting onto the ramparts is not all that particularly hard or difficult. But we did find a key. Welcome back, Tira. How are you? I'm currently showcasing Ultima 9. Okay, he doesn't at least immediately give me any new information here. You went shopping, then cleaned, well... That was... You did good. I hope that it wasn't too troublesome, despite everything. Okay, I cannot move the bed, though. Everybody is talking about 2 people being murdered. I only see 1. Can I talk to you, lady? I am... pleasant and welcoming. I'm proud to meet the Avatar. It's awful. She was home, didn't even accuse her. You're overheating. That is unfortunate. I hope that the ice pack is going to be helping you cool down. So we learned that Christopher, at least, was part of a society of the Fellowship. Probably this hall where they're meeting. Let's have a look. There's some books here. Battling of Britain. There's some staves here, some stuff. Let's not immediately be a kleptomaniac, although I started strong already. No, I actually want to open the door. Come on. There's another book. There is some treasure here. Again, I'm trying not to immediately be a kleptomaniac. This looks much like a tavern. Does the guard know anything about the murder? I saw Gilberto lying felled on the ground. I thought it was Christopher that was lying there. Well, there is not necessarily the best of views over there. Okay, he professes to know nothing except having heard of them. Okay, that's another book of the Fellowship. And I'm told to stay within the lines. Yeah, no, not exactly inspiring. What I find weird is... that the footsteps seemingly disappear. And this is too heavy. Of course, there's a ton of... Okay. I did get up to the... onto the fence. That's not exactly where I wanted to be. But it very much looks like the footsteps come over here and then disappear. One thing does seem to be clear: these footsteps. There's a lot of going to and fro. Where did the horse run to? There was a horse in the stables. It looks like it bolted. As long as I'm not getting the blame for leaving the door open. I mean, the stableman is just there. See a stern shopkeeper. Do, do, do. Hmm. 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 Hmm, hmm. Yeah, not necessarily a great person, especially since... Is this his shop? Looks to be his shop. Although I already do have a weapon, I'm not exactly sure about the stats for that. Do, do, do. Okay, there's a door here. Can I open it? Can I open it with the key I found? Backpack, backpack. Yes, thank you. It's a backpack. Okay, that's jewelry. Maybe we can sell that. Yes, key. Can I? Okay, that's... maybe the door is broken rather than locked. Would be really be going around searching every door until we find one that is opened by the key. There's some red cloth there. Somebody's walking on the roof. Let him sleep in the back room. So he was allowed to sleep in this room. Can't move the bed about. I can move the hay, but there doesn't seem to be anything below that. The footsteps walk here, but I cannot move the stairs. What happens if I get on top of the fence again? It's a way to get around, but it's not looking like that is going to be the solution here. Does YOLO have anything? Defensive. Oh. He was the gargoyle. Okay. I see. When do we eat? I am happy to hear that you're slowly cooling off. Been a while since I played this. Can I talk to you? Okay, there's some magic academy here, something, and that's a noble's house. Well, I do hope that you're now, that it helped to have you make you feel you could use a little food. So we've been running around quite the while again already. Let's have a look. Here, can we get some food from you? That was hideous. Food. Let's buy 2 portions of mutton. Okay, but that it seems to be quite expensive. Yeah, you can use a little food. We'll be getting to eating now, hopefully. Very tasty. Let's move this out of the way. And I'll be enjoying some, or the avatar is going to enjoy some food here as well. So this should be at least the whole fellowship hall. Do you know anything? Word has moved quickly. Let's ask about Christopher. Got into an argument. And Dynamo was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. That is what everybody seems to be agreed on. Oh, Christopher wanted to leave the fellowship. And they just wanted to talk to him. Companions. They've gone to the fellowship headquarters. Okay, so they were deliberating funds. Elizabeth and Abraham. Okay. And let the looting begin. As so often, if I have no better idea, I'll just... No, that's a table. A fellowship medallion. Whose fellowship medallion? Three lockpicks. A cloth map. That is actually really nice. Okay, that is a not a bad interaction, but it's... Can I put you together? Again, not what I wanted to do. I hope you're going to be enjoying your brownie. And that was very nice of your neighbor. Okay, that's bread. Okay, so I can snuff out the torches here. What worries me is the fact that, come on, these torches burned blue. Normally they should not burn blue. But we have a few more torches now. And I'm just looking at the clock and boom, time is... Well, I do think that needing a little bit of time to get ready was not like a big deal here in this case. But I do get it. It might have been a surprise getting hearing a knock and then asking yourself what exactly is going on there. So yeah, I hope that it wasn't. No. I'm going through and thinking here, no, that should not have. Yes, you had to put your shirt back on, but it shouldn't have been anything worrisome. We found something at the site. Where is the mayor? Is one of these houses the... Maybe the mayor's house. Yeah, I don't want to go through the ruins, to be honest. Okay, can't switch the lights on. Again, not needed. In a way, it is nice that as a... Okay. I can't believe that. Job. The night watch at the dock gate. Murderers. Must have occurred shortly before I was knocked out. Knocked out? It was just about sunrise. I was looking out to sea. All of a sudden, I felt the blow on the back of my head. But his gestures indicate that he not desire your aid. And the crown jewel had gone and sailed. Crown jewel? Okay. Okay. Running around town was actually helpful. Let's see if we can find anybody else helpful. Okay, where did... Do we know where Christopher lived? Okay, we probably need to ask the stable right where it's going. So you had a delicious brownie, but unfortunately the temperature did not decide to lower itself as you were enjoying your brownie. No. Murderer Christopher. Where did Christopher live? Here? Is this his house? Again, I'm not sure. Just running around and entering random houses was so far not a bad idea. Taking some stuff along here. Okay, haven't managed to solve the murder. That's fine. Let's save our game here, and let's do a bit of final discussion here for it's coming up to the next break, and I do want to go through that, through some last thoughts here. Yeah, nice. I am happy that you're managing to cool down a little bit. So Ultima is at this point already a very long-running series, having run on a lot of older machines, some Commodore 64 stuff. I'm not exactly. And then I think I was always running on IBM PC, but it goes quite a way back into the 80s, if I remember correctly. The first game was released 84, something like that. And after 7, there's a few more games, up to 9, I think. Then Ultima Online and a few more, and then the series slowly died out. And if you take a look at other role-playing games that we had seen today, we have we had Kryn, we had two JRPGs showing different sides. This is slowly, but this is getting closer to how Western CRPGs will later be. Closer to Baldur's Gate, closer to Planescape, Torment, like the Icewind Dale. Although Icewind Dale is a mix between Champions of Kryn and this game, but having the either top-down isometric look or later on a more all-round look, allowing you to control the character more directly, and all of that. Then also there's also some ideas visible that later on lead to Elder Scrolls Arena or Daggerfall, which then again using a completely different engine, going into a pseudo 3D, but also done very nicely. This is a point where a lot of the Western RPGs of those ideas have been refined into this game, and that is why I think that it does have an import as an old series, pioneering a lot of ideas that later on get used a lot in Western RPGs, being refined here into its 7th into the 7th game expansion pack, actually. And so, yeah, all in all, a fantastic little game, and I will be switching over to the break now. I'll be, again, the ads will be running during that break. So I want to thank again everybody for their patience during the break, their patience during the ads. Thank you very much for that. And I'll be seeing you after this quick Welcome back, everybody. I'm sorry Twitch didn't want to start the ads immediately, so I'm a few minutes late, but we are back and ready with Star Control 2. Thank you, everybody, for your patience during that break. That turned out a little bit longer than I was expecting it to. And we'll be starting here with Star Control 2. So let's have a look. We need to name our flagship and our captain. Let's be a little bit silly. Call it Hullbridge, and of course I'm going to name the captain after myself. So, Star Control 2, a exit menu, navigate. So, we are this ship currently falling into the inner solar system here. And come on. And we have this weird drone. This drone vessel speaks with the voice and the authority of the Order Quan. We're trespassing. Earth may not be approached, nor will hostilities be tolerated. Only subservient is alright, so the drone is now leaving, and we're supposed to wait until they're back. Okay, so an Earth ship. We were away for a little while, and then we're coming back here to Earth, and we're having a little bit of a problem because Earth is not really visible here, and we have a star base here, and the energy, they have a problem, let's put it like that. They cannot identify my vessel. Slave planet, hierarchy resupply vessel. What is going on here? So 1,900 men and women aboard the starbase, and right now we're the only hope. And they need the power for heat and air, and they need radioactives. Where can we find them? And that would be on Mercury. Okay. So, the only humans we could currently, well, the only human we could currently talk to is on a station, on a space station, which is badly losing power. Let's get ourselves over to Mercury, and of course I am. And I've gotten too close to Mars here. Okay. Looking better. Let's get to Mercury this time. So, a somewhat weird little game, being a lot. There's a big star map here, and I mean big. If you take a look at this, this is a very large map, and we'd require like 111 fuel to get through that. No. You were supposed to stay at Mercury. We're not flying all the way off there. But yeah, so there's quite a lot here. Some stuff. Do we have anything? No, we have 500 free. We can take a look at everything in the ship. It's quite detailed, and we are looking for energy. No, then for minerals. Which ones are the radioactives? Let's have a look. Are you radioactives? Load some crew up. Okay, that is indeed some radioactives. That is copper. Then we have some iron there. We do need to keep moving and hopefully not lose too many people. Ouch. Let's dispatch again. There's another... That's another 18 iron. That's a little bit of sulfur. Sulfur we do not need. Some silver, some vanadium. Some more sulfur. And we're full again. Okay, looks... Got 8 radioactives, or is that 32 radioactives? That does look like 32 radioactives. That might be enough for the station. So let's go back, especially since we did lose some people. So... But the game bears some similarities to some to 4X games. Then again, it's not a pure strategy game. It does have this action idea with it as well. We are ready. And we are... Well, we were left for years. We were gone for years here. So, if we want to find the Urquan, since Earth lost and was just yeah, so there's a lot of people trapped on that planet beneath that shield, and if we want any chance, we need to ensure that we're not troubling anybody. There's some biological stuff. Okay, let's dispatch to over here. There is an installation here. Okay, turns out that nope, that was the wrong button and not what I wanted to push. Yeah, okay, there we're shooting. Because we have a few things moving on the surface, and I'd rather they not be moving anymore. But apparently this base had encountered a catastrophic error and had to, well, apparently not be abandoned. That would, if it had been abandoned, that would be, the base would not have been left in the alarm mode as it has. Can I drive? No, I cannot drive north, south. I can only drive left and right. Come on, guys, get with the times. It's not a cylinder. And at least there is nothing here anymore. There's some mineral deposits, but nothing we would immediately require. So let's get back to the star base. Have we dealt with the base? And the base has been abandoned for a few years at least. As Ilrath Adventure class, and it's jamming our signal. And they are a prey species here, so... And then they were fighting, and then they were... Okay. Okay, that was painful. But which also means we lost... Okay. Lost two more people here. And we lost a ship. We need to get ourselves ready. And we have a sensible plan of slowly building ourselves up. Concordance of alien nations. So, we have 2 weeks. They need 2 weeks in order to retrofit their stations to be in order to help us. And they have already started doing some repairs. Okay, and we are going to offload everything for some money. And we're going to say goodbye. I do know most of the background here. Outfit. Okay, can we... we have a secondary planetary lander now. A little bit more thrust, please. A little bit more rotation, please. We're good with some stuff now. I can't buy you, and I can't buy a dynamo unit. Okay. Let's save the game. It is one of those you do want to save regularly. It's not catastrophic, but you do want to take care of a saving in the shipyard. Can I get a few more crew? Okay, I can actually fill up the crew very nicely, up to 50. And I could get another Earth cruiser, but rather not right now. Okay, let's go depart. Do we want to go anywhere? Let's do some more navigating, and I will see if I can't bring in a few more things here. That should be Venus. Can we land here and get a few more things in? Let's give it a scan. Do we have anything energy, anything biological, anything mineral? Let's do a dispatch. Okay, that is quite expensive actually. Okay. Seriously, a what not to do moment. Okay, Venus is a hell house, not in the exact idea that it usually manifests, but okay, fair enough. Did Mercury change any, or is it still the same? Scan mineral. There are a few more things here. Okay, I'm happy we bought another lander. Okay, and up we come. Exit to menu. And we're going to be moving out to another planet, bring in a bit more. Maybe get a little bit more, get another crew quarter in before leaving the Sol system here. Just for the simple reason that I probably cannot recruit other people easily after leaving Sol. Can we scan for some minerals? That is nice. There's nothing on energy. There's nothing on biology. It's probably mostly no, that's bismuth. Some potassium. Some aluminum. Okay, with a little bit of luck, I can fit in everything I find here. Okay. And moving on to the outer solar system, and let's see if we can find anything interesting. So, why this game and what do I think does it represent? So, one thing that is already pretty that is starting to more or less establish itself is something called a strategy, a 4X strategy. Let me get this. Explained properly. So, it's supposed to be a. No, it's not. It's not supposed to be. It is a subgenre of strategy games. Basically, it stands for Explore. Okay, why did I miss that? Let me enter planetary orbit, please. Explore, expand, exploit, exterminate. And while this is a quite a popular one, I do think that this game fulfills a role between action and and 4X genre. It is slightly different in that there is little. It's not a strategy game in the sense that you are going to go like build stuff. You're going to be expanding your ship. You're going to be helping out your allies, build a fleet that you then bring. But you are going to do a lot of these strategic moments that you would have to do in a 4X game, with the added stuff that you need to take care of your ship and improve it and go through that, adding on to the 4X genre in a way. Fair enough, it is not exactly the same, but I do think that there is and it does present some interesting ideas here as well that cross-linked with that genre. And Raig, welcome back. I hope that you had a good time there today. Not too stressful or anything. I know how the days can be from time to time, and I hope that for you there was no such issues today. Let's see, what are we picking up on this planet? Astatine and bromine currently. And so, while not a traditional 4X, it has a lot of those same ideas and also some well, depending on how you see it, what game isn't or hasn't role-playing elements in that case, if you you consider that in most 4X you make decisions and so on. I think an action 4X is the best way to describe this game, and I do feel like since will be building alliances and so on in the coming years, I do also feel like that is not a bad analogy. Okay, I do want to do a few more things, so let's talk to the base commander. We should be able to offload our minerals here. Yeah, I was hoping for a heavier load, but the radioactives as the most valuable. We're not very plentiful. Let's put... Do I need to put it at the front? Okay, it is a front. It's a front-facing one. Okay. Okay, with that, we'll be leaving the starbase. And this is where we can meet Ilrath at. Okay, we have Alpha, Soul, and... Okay, Sirius is actually really close by here. And we're going to be able to autopilot over... It is going to require a little bit of fuel, but we have... We'll still have about 10 fuel left, so we have a good amount of fuel left then. And we're getting stuck in hyperspace and then dropping in on Sirius here as a single planet. Let's go have a look. Probably uninhabited. Let's drop in on the planet. Let's do a scan. There's some minerals. There's quite a lot of that. No energy. No biologicals. Hopefully that means that there are no hazards. Yeesh. That there are no hazards. That of course now means we are in trouble. Okay. Actually, this is bad enough to say that I'm going to be loading this one. And we already know that we do not need to stay here in the solar system, so let's immediately go into the star map. Let's go Gamma Centauri, again autopilot, and let's go over. I hope that this time we'll manage to remain a little bit safer though. No. I feel like I have forgotten to do a few things here at the starbase. Okay, can't do anything here, can't dispatch. Let's go back to the starbase. Let's have a quick look. Though, let's fill up the crew. Yeah. Okay, I did not... I saved, I didn't go through this. Okay, not exactly great, but we will be fueling up completely. Okay. Now we'll be going star map over there. Okay. So the first Civilization game has been released a little bit ahead of this game. It is I think it's very interesting in how, again, it does nicely combine a few things, and Tectonics class 6 with a class 2. That should actually... That is a lot more survivable than the other one should be. Go down here. Okay. We lost a few people, but that we can survive that, hopefully. Let's see for the other planet. So, if I think about something like Masters of Orion or newer games like Stellaris, Sins of the Solar Empire, true 4X games, I can't help but see the some similarities here. But instead of being able to command an empire, you have this one vessel who, due to fate, not exactly sure that is a fair way to put it, but that due to reasons is now the only one that can free the galaxy from these flavors that are trying to conquer it, and that demolished the first alliance that humanity was a part of, trying to rid the galaxy of these overlords, whereas others, such as the as the ship that we phosphorus, that's some okay, gold is actually valuable. Oh, polonium, there are some radioactives. We are going to be coming back onto this planet a few more times, despite the risks. Unfortunately, the ship doesn't always land where I want it to be. Some more gold, some more phosphorus. Come on. Just out of the random hitting me there is not very nice, game. But it does have these aspects of other of true 4X games. In the and then it is basically the aspect that it is the like a single starship that is going to go around and like one of those explorers that that you have in 4X games that goes around and then tries to make either establish contact to know whether you need to fight, or if you can ally, or if you do need to fight. And all of that are things that I really enjoy about this game, while also it being very much an action-oriented game, in the sense that, well, you do need to you're flying the ship more or less directly, and movement in combat is Newtonian, so just flying straight at the planet is likely going to make you miss it, and a few things like that where I really feel that it offers something that few other games do and can do. No, actually more like try to do. Not exactly sure how valuable these are. And I will be going back for a few more, especially since there's still quite a few here. I have the fuel and I don't need very much in order to be able to go down here, so there we are. Star map. Gamma Centauri, Alpha Centauri, I hadn't been there. I jumped over that as I was coming this direction. So let's have a look if there is anybody living in Alpha Centauri or not. And let's see if they are friendly or not. Okay, that's a big star. Let's hope there's a lot of planets. There is indeed. And so we approach and we see if we have anything interesting. Class 2, Class 2. There's a few big ones. Doesn't seem to be anything extraordinary here. Okay. So crystals and neutronium. Okay, that was expensive. And that's a class 2. Oh, our main ship doesn't have anything free anymore. Okay. Means it's time to start going home. But before we do that, I do want to have a look in the system here. Well, there is a blue planet. Do we have any life? Any civilization here in Alpha Centauri? It's at least a system to come back to exploit. But blue can mean life. Do we have a... No, it's a gas giant. Okay. It's a gas giant. There is nothing here. There we have Sol, and we'll be autopiloting ourselves back. So, sitting between action games and 4X games, this game has a certain... It occupies a little bit of a weird spot for a lot of people, since most people either enjoy 4X or they enjoy action games, and there's a mixture in between. You do need to take into account what you can do at home. You're bringing a fleet, You can bring a fleet of ships of different species. Of course, I haven't found anybody else yet at the moment. And since what happened to Earth and the years, maybe decades that we've been gone, it's hard to say if there's still anything useful of the old alliance left. Probably not. I have some information from Uranus, so somewhere in that general direction. We have minerals to offload. Okay. Outfit Starship. We need more fuel. Let's get up to 25. I do want to recruit a full crew. There we are. Not sure if I do want another ship already. Oh, that is unfortunate. I hope that it wasn't too terrible. I can understand not enjoying a particular flavor. But as I said, I hope it wasn't too bad. Okay, I don't have enough for anything else anymore. Could install another fuel tank, but I haven't even managed to fill up this fuel tank. Okay, let's make that turn a little bit better. Too strong as a taste for you? Yeah. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. I personally am mid on watermelon, but I can understand not liking something. For the longest time I didn't like mushrooms. Now it's fine. But it did take a while. Delta Coronal Star System. Maybe there's some okay, that is going to be sufficient. Let's see if with that information we can find some good background, or if we just are going to go back to trying to fetch some more here from Alpha Centauri. Beta Centauri. Gilcas systems, Kruger systems, more Kruger systems. Olber, Bootis, Tauri, Telescopi. Some Normais, Illuminati. Some Saurus there. Okay, I probably have to run about all around in order to find some races we can work with. For now, I'll be going back on my mineral gathering experience, and when I come back the next time, do I already have a? Don't I? Yeah, I already have. I already had purchased the additional storage to hopefully bring in a little bit more money next time I'm coming back. But yeah, we are now setting off again, trying to find a way to beat the Urquan once and for all. I do seriously hope that the ship doesn't really spin that way every time it drops out of hyperspace, because that must feel terrible. Unless they have some really, really good inertial dampness. Do we have anything interesting here? There's a bit of blue. There's a little bit of blue and green. Okay. Ooh, cobalt. Dang, lost one there. 0.2 fuel use. Yes, we can go down and bring that last spec in as well. I have to say, I am personally not one for random lightning strikes. Let's get over and have a look at the second planet. Okay, there we go. And again, you do need to take gravity into account. Again, let's have a good scan. Tectonics aren't great, but anything else is fine. Again, there's nothing alive here, so don't mind me if I'm going around and hoovering a bit of stuff up. Okay, some noble gases, some of which definitely radioactive. Radon, for example, is a radioactive noble gas occurring naturally due to the decay chains, and then it's stored and slowly seeps to the surface as slowly seeps to the surface, and there are a lot of places in Europe that do have a not exactly problem, but you would get a larger radon accumulation if you don't pay attention and just don't pay attention to the to that accumulation and thus air out not caves, the cellars, and so to ensure that the build-up is not going to be too big. Okay, a little bit more of a final discussion. It is rare to see a game mix action and diplomacy and alliance building and what is usually more a strategic a domain for strategic games. Have mixing it quite like this. It's very interesting, and thus gives something unique. But it also was a nice point to have a look at the exploration aspects of a 4X game. Freeform here, you don't have the lanes that very many space 4X sims have. In that sense, it depends on some 4X games. You still need to go through the roads. Others, such as Civilizations, you can build your own. So this game is like an interesting mixture of a lot of ideas that are then brought together. And again, it I think shows nicely, because I personally have not seen another game like this, except other games in this series that do take the same approach and the same idea on mixing things and mixing it, like taking the alliance building with the resource stuff. It is a very interesting. It makes it a very interesting game, and that's a very interesting and ambitious game, which is again something that was a lot more the case for earlier games, where people would experiment, where they were open to try new ideas and be more ambitious. Again, the graphics are simple, but it is fun once you figure out how to do it. The controls are a little bit on the tanky side and thus not as intuitive and quick to pick up as some more modern controls. But I don't feel like it harms the game. That you do need a hour or hour and a half to pick it up, to understand currently what is going on, that you're being thrust into this exploration mission first and foremost right now, because you do not really have up-to-date information of anything. Makes again for a very interesting approach, and for a really fun approach in my opinion as well. And it's again one of the more experimental games that I think maybe more people should look back to and try more silly things again in small projects. Don't spend 150 million on building a big game like this. Yeah, it's nice, and I'm happy that it exists and that it showcases again the confluence of so many ideas that were popular in different genres at the time. I personally would say this is approaching 4X. Fair enough, it's not a strategy game. The rest of the 4X though fits, and X4 is considered a 4X game, so I do feel like this should also be allowed to consider a 4X game. But we're getting a little bit nitpicky here. So yeah, you got Just Cause on Steam. Oh yes, that's that is a name I haven't heard in a while. really, yeah, actually, it's one of the more fun open world games because it just allows you to go ham and have fun, if that makes sense. I think it is. It really managed to grasp what an open world game needs. You have the fun and easy traversal with the wingsuit. Two was maybe the pinnacle. Three was good. It wasn't as extraordinary, but it was still fun. It's like, and I'm not sure if that makes sense for you. For me, for Just Cause and other series as well, for example, Assassin's Creed. No, Assassin's Creed had it worse. The edges have been sanded off, and then any texture that made it interesting was also sanded off, instead of just sanding the edges that were not fun, and then whoops, sanded everything that made it interesting slowly off as well. Assassin's Creed, in addition, got dipped into a shit bath, but every Ubisoft game has, because every Ubisoft game needs to be a Ubisoft open world game instead of being allowed to be something special and interesting. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Put the mech in, put the wingsuit in, the jetpacks, and Just Cause 2 is a fantastic game. So yeah, I'm just looking. We're almost at the top of the hour. I'll be needing to take a quick break. It's going to be hopefully about 3 minutes. Hopefully, Twitch allows me to do the ads now properly. Twitch, for some reason, hates manual ads, but for the event, I do need it. So see you in about 3 minutes. And with the last announced game, Dune, taking a look at the start of the RTS genre, having taken a look at turn-based games before. So let's take a look at the counterpart real-time strategy games. So I'll see you all in about 3 minutes. Thank you all very much for your patience during the break, and your patience if you do have the ads to about that too. And then I'll be seeing you after the break.
House Atreides.
Okay, I am back. I just need to get this. So, Dune 2. Okay. One of the very, very early RTS games. 1992, before basically any of the well-known RTS games came out. Flashbang. Sorry, what flashbanged? Whoops. Ooh, okay. That is understandably not nice. Okay, and you're actually visible now. My sudden reappearance. Okay. Didn't mean to shock anybody. So, okay. It came out in 1992 when... Yes. Okay, that is absolutely fine. You got me. I mean it is fine. I was just wondering if something had happened that I seriously needed to consider what had happened and not to repeat it. Just messing around. That's fine. Thank you. No issues. Okay. But again, you got me. That is fair, and as a joke, completely fine. Okay. So I've shown you a few other games from around this era already now for today, and I think it is interesting to bring in a few considerations here. The image of the Harkonnen mentor in this game has been seared into your mind for decades. Maybe I will need to play the Harkonnen then to reinforce that. If you don't want to, just let me know, and I'm going to be, I'll be fine. I won't be doing it. So, okay, what is? Must have spit on that. So, this is a time before the first Pentium, if I do remember that correctly. Yes. So this is still a 486, and I don't think that there was a 5. Yeah, no, it was the Pentium coming later, being released about a year after this. Okay, then I will be choosing the Harkonnen. And I can understand some games are just holding a very special place in one's history, and as one of the very early proper RTS games, yeah. yeah, we'll be seeing some of the limitations compared to later games very soon. They are okay. The Harkonnen are cruel. There's nothing new about that. Yeah, the Harkonnen, of course, are not very nice people. Welcome, Radnor, and we're going to try and help them conquer this planet. And we will need to do to earn 1,000 credits. Okay, I repeated that instead of proceeding.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Moving out.
Not
yes,
exactly.
Sir. Moving out. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
You go
yes,
over
sir.
there.
Moving
You go
out.
over there. So, construction already
yes,
quite
moving out.
different from
Moving out. Moving
from
out.
other moments. There's some spice there, there's some spice there, so we're not hugely troubled here by lack of
Moving out.
spice in
Warning,
this
enemy unit
round.
approaching
So,
from the east. Affirmative.
okay, we're having some
Affirmative. Reporting. Yes, sir.
some
Moving out.
troops here approaching. Not sure
Yes, sir. Moving out.
what house they
Infantry
were.
out. Moving out. Reporting. Yes, sir.
I don't want to lose
Reporting. Yes, sir.
the trooper, but on the other hand, that doesn't look like it's going to be a huge issue. So, yeah, okay. Thinking about it like that, it could have been clear
Reporting.
that it would be Atreides.
Acknowledged.
And then there's some more from up there.
Yes, sir.
And we're having some more from here.
Reporting.
Enemy unit destroyed.
Affirmative.
Our base is under attack. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Moving out. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Not sure where the attack from the base came from.
Infantry out.
But yeah.
Enemy unit destroyed.
If you take a look at it, we can order around one unit at a time. They move. The game moves at a slow pace compared to a modern RTS. Not that I am complaining about that, because the controls are by far not as good as they might appear. And you can only build on the on these rocky areas and only adjacent to already put down either foundations or buildings.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Which for me always has a bit of the issue that I want my
Yes, sir.
I want my buildings to be spaced enough that I can move units in between.
Yes, sir.
Construction complete.
Most of the time, at least. Due to the simple reason that if I do need to quickly go through something, it's better to have the space to
Reporting.
move your units through the
Approaching from the south. Construction complete.
through the map. Okay, there are indeed a few more units there. Don't think that is going to pose an especially hard issue, though. So, since we have the opportunity, let's go through some of the quite obvious differences to a more modern RTS game. So, one, we have our construction. We have our construction yard like we do in Command and Conquer. Though we do not select our buildings from a sidebar, we select them directly on the building.
Reporting.
Construction complete.
Reporting. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Moving out.
Enemy unit destroyed.
The quad is taking some damage nice and steadily here.
Affirmative.
And you need to build these ground tiles. The foundations here all the time. Okay. I do want to see something, although I'm not sure if you can rotate buildings when you set them down. I think they have to be in a certain orientation.
Construction complete.
We'll see. So yeah, and also if you do want to build another building, no, actually, not you. If you want to build another building, you have to go onto the yard, select it, and go on from there, as well as.
Moving out.
And that is something that is maybe more of a personal issue. I wish I would see my own units and enemy units on the minimap, of which we do have one, but unfortunately. We do not see units moving around on that. Again, that is not something that was really possible back in the day.
Construction complete.
I can't...
Harkonnen harvester deployed.
Okay, so yeah, we have the harvester now deployed.
Moving out.
How much do you cost? 400. Yeah, I will be building another one. That will give me another harvester.
Reporting.
Maybe not immediately, but since we don't have enough credits at the moment. We'll be needing to wait for a little while here as our first harvester is starting to sift through.
Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Moving out.
But you really need to click yourself through the map.
Yes, sir.
Moving
out.
I don't mind the original Fog of War. I don't mind the map being black, but please show me units.
Reporting.
Then again, yeah, the limitations are an issue. Well, I hope you're having a fantastic rest of your Thursday then, Vraig. I'll be seeing you, and I hope, yeah, you have a fantastic rest of your Thursday. And until you come stop by again, maybe tomorrow. Again, that is not a necessity. I hope you're going to have a great time at home.
Reporting.
Okay, our harvester is coming back in.
Enemy unit destroyed.
And we can finish building the second one here. Thank you very much. You too. I hope you're having a fantastic rest to your day, or an amazing rest to your day. No, I prefer fantastic. Oh, I can build them like this. Okay.
Harkonnen harvester deployed. Harkonnen harvester deployed.
Does that mean if I build a foundation 2 out?
Construction.
Okay, since we do have the time, I'm going to be experimenting a little bit.
Construction complete.
So, yeah. So, I see. Cool. And then you need to repair it. Oh, okay. That is actually a cool mechanic. It's going to make a building more expensive, but if you need something now, fair enough. The spice build, I wouldn't need currently to repair it except for personal, as a personal idea.
Construction complete.
So, again, it's a very well thought out game. You see the damage that the building took.
Harkonnen harvester deployed.
And now we'll have the harvesters sift through here without actually too much danger, I think.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting.
Warning,
and as they're
enemy
sifting
unit
through these
approaching
spice
from the
fields,
south.
we'll be gaining more and more damage. Oh!
Reporting.
I was mistaken.
Reporting.
Luckily, the harvester is pretty tough. And the quads should be arriving well in time.
Your mission is complete.
Oh, the mission is complete before we even manage to remove them. And the Mentat is very happy. He is pleased. And if we serve him well... So yeah, I did do quite a bit here. And... yeah, no, I am. Okay, why can't I go... Hello? Yes? No idea what happened here. Do I need to restart the game or can I fix this? That's of course now an interesting question. Did it properly crash or is it... Or is it just going stuck? Well, it's not doing anything anymore. Well, not nothing, but... Okay, that is unfortunate. Let me restart it. Maybe I was not hitting the correct. Yeah, no, it didn't save this game at all. Okay, that means that I have to redo the first mission, which is basically the same for all of the houses. The maps are slightly different. Well, it's more the distribution of enemies that is slightly different. Okay, I'll be building these, and I immediately go into quickly building the buildings, even though that leaves them damaged. I'm just not going to be taking much base damage, and it's going to be fine. Okay, let's move down a little bit here. There's another unit there. There's a unit there. Okay, let's see how quickly I can finish this. Let's put that over here. We're switching that to this. Yes, that's... It is what it is, and we're going to deal with it. I just want the first harvester to be deployed very soon. Okay, I should have... I'll be putting it over here. One down here. And then one more here. It is unfortunate. I hope that it's not going to be hanging again. And I just saw there is that the concrete slab was done. I hope damage does reduce output. Okay. So we do want to... We do... Okay. Ah, there we are. Let's see. Yeah, that is good to help. Okay. That's pretty quick for a spice. This is completely repaired, and we're going to be building at least one more, maybe two, depending on how much money it requires us to get everything down and how long it takes for us to get everything down. So if anybody ever complains that Warcraft 2 or StarCraft 1 does not have enough, doesn't have a unit limit that is big enough, and that anything below infinite is not a serious RTS anymore these days, you can tell them that old Dune you could only select a single unit, and that the game still holds up today. Yes, it is a bit more tedious. It's the game itself is a bit slower for it. But I do think that it is absolutely not an issue, and that it is very, it's still fun, it still works, and I think it's still a good game. Okay. You're not wrong. I mean, what I meant is, so StarCraft, so Dune has a unit selection limit of 1. Warcraft was 4. Warcraft 2 was 9. StarCraft was 12. StarCraft Brood War was 12, and a lot of people argue that there should be no more selection limits. That there should be no selection limit. And for example, Supreme Commander doesn't have a unit selection limit, which for the game absolutely makes sense. But I feel that Brood War and maybe even StarCraft 2, maybe StarCraft 2. So let me finish the sentence before I offer it. Brood War, I think, is a better game for having the limit. Yeah. But it does impose a limit that, in my opinion, allows the game to gain more depth, rather than it being an issue, if that makes sense. And I do think it is good for games to have limits, and to allow people to try and become as good as possible before for some games, I'll be absolutely honest, it doesn't make any sense to have a unit selection limit. For example, Supreme Commander lives from the idea of you commanding a large force over a large battlefield, and sometimes that means that you have a few, maybe 100 smaller units that need to be selected in order to be able to direct them into the direction they need to go. So not every game needs it, but I do think that if well done, a game is better for it. And I also do, now that I think about it, I am not sure if the 486, which this was programmed for, could have shifted vector units at a rate that would have been required to do it. It had the the coprocessor, especially since it would have all been floating point, and it had the coprocessor for some stuff. Found a few more Atreides units. Yeah, okay, I'm not even getting to the point of setting down another refinery. Okay, let's proceed. Yes. But I do think that wasn't possible back in the day. So 3 houses have come to take control. And of course, the planet has become divided. We arrived first, allowing ourselves to conquer quite a bit. No, it's not looking too bad, and the Ordos are spreading nicely as well. So this part of the map looks very different from the Atreides part. Let's go over there. There is a traitor among us. We are questioning everyone, including you. Answer this correctly and you will prove your loyalty to House Harkonnen. What type of structure is this? Oh yeah, old-timey copy protection. So, could be a silo. Structures. What type of structure is this? I'm going to write it out completely. That's a spice storage silo. Come on. I fear I have found out what is going on. No, I can still type. Oh, I cannot type back. I can only type forward at the moment. Okay. 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 I think I know what happens when I had to... No, not... Yeah, partially foiled by copy protection, but also foiled by the same problem that I already had with the